Hello everyone and welcome to Simply Learn. I am Chatvik Anand and I will be your Learner Success Manager for today's session. It's great to have you all here and I hope you had a wonderful day so far. So before we jump into the exciting content, can you please confirm in the chat box if you can hear me loud and clear or not? Great. Thank you for the confirmation everyone. So after the session, we will send out a short survey. Your feedback is precious to us. So please take the moment and rate the session and tell us how we did. Also, please add comments to the survey, which will encourage us to keep doing good work or improve. Additionally, closed captioning is available for the session. You'll have to enable it to follow the conversation closely. The same will be made available in session recordings too. Before we dive in, let me do a quick audio check with our trainer. Hi Ranjita ma'am, good afternoon. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Yes, you are loud and clear. Just confirm if my voice is also loud and clear to all of you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the confirmation. We can also hear you loud and clear. So now I'll make you the presenter so you can begin with the session. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Happy
Thank
learning.
you. So, very good afternoon, good morning, good evening, team. We are on the second day of this PMP cohort program. And yesterday we just started with our foundational chapter. And also we took a walkthrough about our exam pattern. And we also had seen the LMS walkthrough from where you people can access your class recordings and the session material. So yesterday we just began with our chapter 1, as we know that we have 6 chapters in all as per our PMI exam content outline, and we just covered in the foundation part yesterday. So let's do a quick recap what we had covered as of now in the yesterday's session. So we started with the project. Okay, I am not audible because I think I'm just speaking very loud only. Is it same for all of you or only for Deepthi? I am not clear. Isn't my voice loud and clear? Clearly audible? Okay, thank you. So what we covered yesterday was what is project, what is project management. Then quickly all of you can remind me. We covered about the PMO. Unable to see my screen share. My shared device, I think I am able to see. Please confirm if my screen is not shared. It's shared, no? Okay. So the people who are just facing one-on-one might be they can rejoin because I have already shared it and I can view it on my shared device as well, right? So yeah, we talked about the development approaches also. We talked about the OPM, that was the project, program, and portfolio. We talked about the 3 types of PMO. They were supportive, controlling, and directive. Then also we talked about Agile Center of Excellence. Yeah, org structure. So we had discussed yesterday about the functional, matrix, project oriented, and composite. The different development approach, that is plan based, which is predictive. If your requirements are very clear and you have a good experience, we always prefer predictive approach. Then change based, that is we called as an adaptive, and under adaptive we discussed iterative, incremental, and agile, which is the combination of both iterative plus incremental. And then we had seen the hybrid approach. Yeah. So this is what we had covered as of now, and we had seen some scenarios to identify what type of development approach we are going to follow. That is what we had covered yesterday. So we are going to cover our remaining topics of this foundation today, and then we'll move to the strategic alignment. We'll talk about the project benefits and value, organization culture, and the change management. If time permits, there are very small topics which talks about our governance and the compliances. So this is what we are going to now start with. Any questions from yesterday's session so that we can spend couple of minutes, else we'll move to our today's agenda, because there was two important feedback. I got it from the survey link. Few people, like I think one person was found me going bit fast. So I'll try to slow down my pace further. And one person was having the issue with the examples. See, as I told you yesterday also, I think we did examples from different type of industries when we talked about the project program portfolios, right? So that is what we discussed. But still, because we are a kind of a group, and we know that it will be a more interaction because we have different diversified people. So we are going to look for the examples which are always applicable for all of us to understand, right? So now we'll move on to our balance topics of our foundation. Yes, so you have to understand about this composite organization structure. See, as we discussed about the functional, that is what it runs mostly like a operational. Project oriented is where people have specifically focusing on these projects where we have a dedicated team carrying out the project activities. Matrix is where we are carrying out multiple projects and we can share our resources. That is where functional manager plus project managers shares the responsibility for project management. Composite means mostly if you are working with a big organization, Larsen and Toubro, you take about the GE group, you take about the Siemens, you take about the uh, other IT sectors or the construction sectors, where we know that a unit is working who is mainly focusing on the operational part. So they just work as a functional unit. Then we know that if we have few project or one project which we have to carry it out at the client side for implementation of maybe some server part, or maybe we have to have a kind of project we are doing it for their some application related to the IT or maybe marketing. So that is what we have a project manager with his team who is carrying out the project work, right? So this is what like they are working as a projectized. Then we do have sometimes that we are having an organization where the operational part is being carried out by the as a functional unit, and we are doing multiple projects and we have matrix structure for sharing of those resources. That is what where the combination, it can be in any combination. That is what is the composite. So we know that in our organization, we are not just following a single structure, but it is a mix of different type of organization that makes us as a composite. Okay, this is what we know we are talking about. It is all like if you talk about any finance institution or any banking sector, so mostly they have a kind of a structure, the if you take about the big banks, so they know that one unit is working as a functional, the operational part. And now we are having a kind of a some advanced application for our banking, where we are carrying it out with a project oriented way. So that is how in our organization we are having a mix of two type of working, that makes as a composite. Are you on this? Any combination? Yeah, today we are going to have two breaks after 1.5 hour each. So first break, as per Indian Standard Time, we will be having it 3:30 p.m. and another one we'll have it 5 p.m. So two breaks today we'll have, and next week we will have our final poll, and whatever majority decides, we are going with that option. So that you have now tested both how it works with a single break and how you find it with the two break. What is your experience says? So next week we'll have the final poll and we'll go with that decision. So is composite now clear? Yeah, Kirutiga and Nagaram. Fine, thank you. So now moving on to the project management principles. Now these principles, okay, Rahul wants to have one example to distinguish between agile and hybrid approach. All right. So Rahul, when we say we are working on a project, again, I'm just giving you one example that we are looking for one project which says, as I gave you one example also yesterday, that we want to develop a customer service chatbot, maybe for a financial website, maybe for your any of the customer. So now how we could carry out this particular project, because we know that we have always to test our features that we are going to work with. So we first focus on carrying out certain activities, and after doing those features, we cater the feedback and the reviews from our customer. And after those reviews and feedback, we are continuously improving also, and we are adding new features also every 2 week. So when we say we are working with the agile, so agile project have this iteration size fixed. This iteration size fixed means it can range from 1 week to 4 week. So if we have decided that every 2 weeks we are going to give some valuable feature to the customer, so that is what every iteration will be for 2 weeks. If we decide that we are going to deliver some valuable feature every 4 week, that means every 4 week we are going to release some functional component. And after every iteration, yeah, I'm not specifically going into the terms because we'll talk that detailed framework in our next chapter only. So right now just consider that as a time box, we are doing certain activities and we are refining them continuously with our further iterations. And we know that this time box is fixed. So that is what you are working on, new incremental features also, plus iteratively we are improving on our previous features that we have developed. That is what we say it is agile. Now, what is hybrid? As we know that we want to work on a kind of a project. So we know that it is just as I gave you one simple example about our maybe a office building or any bank building. So we are going to follow the complete construction phase as per our requirement. That is what we have developed our plans, our drawings. So based on those drawings, based on those architectural drawings, everything, we are doing a plan driven approach. That is how we have done the complete construction. Now the interior of our office building might be the CEO office or maybe our IT department interiors. There we would like to have some maybe your IoT based or sensor based features. That is where we are going to look for the customer preferences. So that is how we can plan with our adaptive approach. So in this particular project, we are working on both our plan driven and change driven approach. Similarly, even in some of the software projects also, when we are trying to work on a kind of an application, we know that you are working on a kind of maybe a financial application, a banking application. So we know that for this banking application, the complete your backend data has to be based on all our compliances about our data security, about our certain standards, regulations. So that part always we have to do the planning first. What standard procedures, what all those things we have to follow. So this is how we are following with our plan driven. Yes, and the front end, the interface is what we are going with this adaptive. So hybrid is the combination of predictive plus adaptive. That combination can be anything. Sometimes the predictive adaptive goes parallelly also. Sometimes you start something with predictive, then you move on to the adaptive. So it may be 60% predictive, 40% adaptive, right? Not in always it is possible, Nisha. It all depends. It is sometimes that we know that something we know in the beginning, so you can follow the predictive first, and the remaining work you can plan with the adaptive, right? And maybe sometimes when we are trying to launch our new cloud kitchen project, so we know that what type of dishes or what type of a things we have to do. So might be you are trying to work on all those things, so you have invited some chefs, so they are just working on some experimentation. So the adaptive way they are trying to first focus on, and then the launching of your cloud kitchen can be done with the predictive. So adaptive first, predictive later. So it can be in any way. That depends on the situation. Yes, when you know your requirements in the beginning, what are that is what I think explained you that quadrant. No, once your requirements are certain, uncertain, and we know we can only go for single delivery. Here we can go for partial deliveries, incremental deliveries. So when we know that we have our requirements, that we know them full, and we prefer to have with the single delivery only, we cannot have the partial deliveries. That is where we go for the predictive approach. And once you know that your requirements are uncertain and you cannot launch your project, you cannot break your project into the multiple deliveries, then we will be preferring to work with iterative. Once we know our requirements are certain somewhat, and we can have partial deliveries, we can deliver in increments. You can deliver in increments, you have to work on your repetition also, then it becomes the agile, right? That is what we are now going to understand. So mostly we have predictive, adaptive, and hybrid. So we are going to talk about that how do we decide. There are some tools we'll discuss in our second chapter when we are going to cover a topic determining project development approach. Okay, so shall we move now? Is it good to go? Do reply GTG on the chat window if we can go. It's all clear now. Okay, so we have spent good time on our revision. Now, project management principles are basically the principles from our PMBOK 7th edition, because the 7th edition PMBOK talks about more of the standards that we have to follow, standards and the principles, right? So, first principle talks about be a diligent, respectful, and caring steward. What is the literal meaning is that same thing is that as a project manager, as a leader, you have to take good care of your team members. You need not have to memorize these principles, just understand these principles, because all these principles are the behavioral guidelines that we are going to use in our project management processes. When we are going to deliver our project, we are going to work on the different domains, we are going to follow these principles. Okay, you need not have to memorize them. Be a diligent, respectful, caring, it all simply says that as a leader, as a project manager, you have to be respectful with all the people who are involved in the project. You have to be attentive, isn't it? You have to be always carrying out your responsibilities carefully. That is what you have to follow. Second principle talks about recognizing, evaluating, and responding to system interaction. So, this is basically, as you know, that we have to think about the whole system as a whole. So, if something is happening just now, like say, suppose you have some kind of an influence, maybe there is a shift in the market, or that is what we saw, that because of this tariff or changes, that is tariff war which is going on now, whether this tariff war is going to have any impact on my project. So you have to recognize that yes, there is a tariff, some new regulations have come. Now how these new regulations will impact your project, so you have to evaluate first, and based on that we have to see, because this is what, like, if you know that it is going to have an impact on my budget or my quality, or maybe on the other areas on my scope, so we know that project aspects, all those project functionalities, they are going to work as a whole. So this is what you have to always be attentive to understand and to evaluate those impact. Navigating the complexity, isn't it? So as we know, the projects are no more simpler, and especially when we are working on a kind of a project, when just now, like as you know, that we are working on some missile, or we are working on some very complex kind of a project, maybe some cyber security project or whatever it is. So you have to understand it, so that how you can break down, or how you would be able to use your analytical thinking, critical thinking, to solve that particular complex problem. So we are going to talk about those approaches also, that we try to decouple the things, so that we analyze all those smaller components separately to have a better understanding, or how we do the working. That is what, as a project manager, we have to handle the complicated part of our project very wisely. Creating a collaborative project team environment. So it is all about, it talks about, we need to have everyone in our team should be working together, helping and supporting each other. That is what collaboration will really do wonders, and this is how we are going to work together, so that we all can uh, share the knowledges, we can all help each other to drive the success of the project. So that is what project manager has to have, a good trust. He has to create that kind of an environment where people are working collaboratively. Demonstrating leadership behavior. That is all we know, isn't it? You have to lead by example, isn't it? You always have to make sure that you are going to influence your people without any authority. You have to be the role model for your people. Take the decisions confidently with the context of your project. Optimizing the risk response. Now this says we are not trying to react to any of those risks, but you have to understand the risk. You have to have a proper strategy to mitigate or to at least eliminate, because we know that we cannot eliminate all the risk, but what you can do proactively to mitigate it response. That is what we are going to discuss in detail when we are covering our risk management. So this is what, like, all these principles will be applicable when we are going to do our project work. Effectively engage with the stakeholders. That is what, as you know, that as a project manager, you have to communicate, you have to work very closely with these stakeholders as per their influence, isn't it? We have to identify, we have to assess who all stakeholders are having a very high influence, high authority, high impact on our project. So how you are going to define your strategies, plan your strategies, so that you are able to satisfy them. Tailoring, it stands for this law principles, talks about the tailoring. Yes, we'll talk about the stakeholders also in detail. Who all are the stakeholders? Whoever is getting, yeah, who all the stakeholders in the project? Anyone? Who are the project stakeholders? Sponsor, project owner, client, development team, external, internal, whoever is getting, yeah. So in the project, stakeholders are anyone or any organization who may influence the outcome of the project, or who will be influenced by the outcome of the project. Yeah, that is what we would be discussing, because sometimes we only consider the people who just have a stake or who have an authority to take the decision, but in the project management, stakeholders are wide range of group. We will talk about that in detail, how to identify, how to assess, how to engage them effectively. So it is all about to reach the project success, to get the project desired benefit. We have to work very closely with the stakeholders to make them satisfied. Now, this is talking about our tailoring. Eighth principle, tech, like, it's just as we know, there cannot be one size which will be fit for everyone. Similarly, for projects also, you have to adapt the tools, you have to shift your processes, change your processes sometimes based on the situation. That is what is adjusting your approach, adjusting your tools, adjusting your methods, so that we are going to understand all those situations and how better we can adapt with them. Embracing adaptability and the resiliency, this talks about that we should be prepared to change, isn't it? That is what we all have seen during COVID. So most of us had adapted to that situation. Most of the businesses tried to adapt it to that situations, and they have bounced back, and still now we are going with a great way. And few organization, some of you might have experienced, because they couldn't adapt to the situation, and they were not having the motivation, or they just have a kind of a demoralization, or they were not having any kind of an faith or a positivity or an optimistic approach that they can bounce back. So that is how that it should not be there. We always have to be resilient. Project managers especially should be ready to change and bounce back whenever you are facing some setbacks or some of the failures in your project. You should be ready to face it and adapting to that, and you have to remain optimistic to bounce back also. Then we have the 10th principle, that focus on value. So focusing on value, as we know, the project is going to bring some value. So we always have to keep that thing in our mind, because our project should bring those useful, important values that we have discussed, that we have decided in the beginning. So we have to deliver what is going to be important for our customer. 11th principle talks about build quality into processes and deliverables. As we know, if you are not only looking for the product, that once we complete our product, then we are going to check it, inspect it, isn't it? That is what, like, in our project, we have to focus on our processes also. That is why we do have our standard processes, isn't it? We do develop all those standard procedures, SOPs, checklist, flow charts, so that we are ensuring that if our team is following the correct processes, the right processes, right methods, definitely the outcome will also be correct. That is what we have to build the quality into our processes. That is very, very important, so that we can always avoid reworking, isn't it? If you are following the right path, right way, result will be also correct. Last principle talks about enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. So, as you know, that a project, you have a kind of a uh, uh, after doing this particular project, now you all are doing this PMP. That is a project. Now we know that after our successful completion of the project, we are having some uh, goal that we are going to achieve this state. So we, every project knows that what is its future state. So as a project manager, you always have to understand that we have to sometimes enable those changes, so that we can always achieve our envisioned future state. So this is what is the 12 principles that we have to follow. Tailoring based on context, it's simple that you have to adjust your approach. Sometimes you know that things, you have your standard processes, you have your standard tools. That is what, it's not always good or applicable for all sort of project, isn't it? In all this situation, sometimes, let's say, you have started your project with a predictive approach. Now what if, suppose, after carrying out certain things, now you identified there are a lot of requirement changes are happening, our scope is evolving a lot, so it is not better to go with this predictive, let's move to the adaptive. That is what we are talking about, that in the case we know that we are following certain practices, certain processes, so everything may not be fit for all the conditions, all these situations. This is what we have to adjust our approach. That is what is called as a tailoring. One size doesn't fits all, so adjust your things according to the situation. Okay. See, second principle is just simple. Try to understand that we have to recognize, evaluate, and respond to system interaction. It is basically, you know, that we are working on a project. So we know that we are working on the project scope, budget, quality, isn't it? Resources, risk, so many factors are there. So now if some impact is there, we know that what if, suppose, we are having a kind of a influence. That is what I gave you the example of tariff war or some regulations. So now how it is going to, whether it is going to impact or not, that is what first you have to evaluate, because everything is not going to impact for every project. If there are some changes happening, that is what, like, we all now saw, isn't it? So many government regulations are changing, but it may not impact our project. But if it is impacting, so you have to evaluate that how it is going to impact your project, so that how we are going to plan our all these interrelated components, isn't it? That is what, when we are managing the changes, so we have to understand all the system as a whole. We cannot just complete it with a single part. If you know that there is a change in the scope, you're only focusing on the scope updation. Maybe because of the change in the scope, we have to have our changes, some new risk would be also there. We have to have our new quality matrix also, isn't it? That is what we are looking for. So again, we have to focus on the value only again. So that is what, like, main purpose is that. So this is what we are going to listen, we are going to cover when we are going to talk about all the project performance domains, right? So all these 12 principles will be guiding, will be applicable for all the 8 project performance domain that we are now going to do in our upcoming topic. So as you know, they are the major domains. Domains are nothing but where we are doing some activities to work on that particular area. So first is the stakeholder. So isn't it? We know that we have to understand who all will be the stakeholders for our project and what kind of influence they may have. So we have to have our strategies for managing their engagement. This is what we are going to talk about. There is a team domain. We know that we have to have a high performing team. So what are those processes you would be following for leading your team, for motivating, for empowering, so that we can always have a collaborative working team environment so that they are going to perform effectively. Then we have to have a appropriate project development life cycle, isn't it? Whether this project is more appropriate for the predictive, adaptive, hybrid, this is what we'll see. Then we have to do the planning, we have to carry out the project work, isn't it? Managing the task, resources, deliverables. You have to deliver your output also once it is completed as per the stakeholders' acceptance. You have to measure the things also. You need not have to memorize all these domains or principles. There is no direct question, as I discussed yesterday. Questions in the PMP will be based on your decision making skills, your analytical skills. No more questions, no, none of the questions will ask you define this or identify this, isn't it? No memorization, neither the mathematical skills also. So the people who have a fear with maths, even they can be a little bit relaxed. No calculative questions we will be getting in our exam. Very rarely you get it with the simple maths only based on the understanding. Now, as we know that Agile has taken so much of a conversation nowadays, so we are now going to talk about what does this means. So Agile is basically a mindset, so which is just talking about that how fast you can adapt to the situation. That all talks about the flexibility, adaptability, and how you are going to satisfy your customer. So based on the customer preferences, we are flexible and we are adapting to the situation. So Agile is all mindset, and then we are going to have this Agile manifesto. So this Agile manifesto is the foundation because it is all based on 4 values and 12 principles. Plus, there are more than 50 practices, 50 frameworks that is commonly industries are practicing. So, for our exam, you need not have to be an expert on these agile frameworks, okay, because they we do have a separate certification, no, scrum master, the scrum certified product owner, there are so many other certification. PMP is mainly for the project managers, project management professional, so you need not have to have a in-depth knowledge about all these methodologies. We just have to have an idea about this framework. We will talk about various frameworks as we know. So agile talks about some of these popular frameworks. Scrum is what we are going to focus more. In our exam, PMP is more of where we have to have an overview understanding of this Scrum framework. That is what we are going to cover in detail next week with the second chapter. We do have a lean, Kanban, extreme programming, continuous integration, CD, FDD. Again, we need not have to be expert on this. We'll talk about what is important for the exam. So this is all lightweight approach. Lightweight means where we are mainly focusing with a one team, single team. Then we do have a fuller approach. We have Scrum of Scrum, Scaled Agile, Disciplined Agile. All that is where we have more than one team. So again, we need not have to worry about these frameworks in detail. What is important, we'll talk about in the Scrum. That is the next. So Agile focuses. Agile is what, like as we talked about, mostly when we say Agile, So usually it is related to our software or the product development. That is what I told you. Now, even when we say we are using this agile in our construction or automotive or any other finance companies or banking sector, so there we are just working on the application, isn't it? Maybe in the automotive, where you know that you are working on this ADAS system, dashboard, where we are working on some AI based or some software based application. So most of time where you know that you are just having a changes by doing some reworking, by doing some that work, we can manage the things, isn't it? So here we are just going to follow those frameworks in mostly in the software development and the product development itself. Now, why this Agile manifesto? What is the history behind this Agile manifesto? So, usually, as we know that from the past so many decades, we were all following the traditional practices. So, people said that already we were following that. So, why now this new one? And if this Agile is so powerful, then why we don't apply Agile in everywhere? That is what we saw the video yesterday, where agile might not be applicable, isn't it? That is what we discussed yesterday also. So it was mostly the people, the 17 engineers from various industries, they were facing a kind of a challenge, because once they were following with the traditional way, they know that they spent couple of months to do all those requirement gathering, then preparing a detailed plan, then executing, and by the time they deliver the software, the technology must have upgraded or the requirements must have been changed. That is what they face so much of frustration. So it was all effort of 17 engineers who spent time in one of the good skiing resort at Utah, which is a very beautiful place in US. Some of you must have visited it. So they spent couple of days there, and that is how they documented, they prepared the Agile manifesto, that this world, changing world, needs some new processes, some new technologies. So they come out with this Agile manifesto, which talks about four values, and these four values are that when it comes to individuals and interactions over processes and tools, we always emphasize more on individuals and interaction. It is just simple, as we know in the predictive project, we do set our processes and tools, isn't it? So we implement it, and once we complete our stage, we do the review. We have to wait for review until and unless we get approval, you cannot proceed further, isn't it? If they ask you to modify it again, we have to modify it. So we have all those processes, all those tools, we have to wait for the approval. That is what we were doing it. But when it comes to agile, they says processes and tools are no doubt good, important, but it is by interacting with the people, by discussion with the people, we can work very fast. We can always solve out the problem easily. It is just in the simple way. If you just take an example, that it happens, might be you people have experienced that a person sitting in this office and you have a person sitting in this office, there are two leaders are there. Now this person needs some approval. Maybe this is a marketing person and this is your development team, so he is looking for some approval. So might be what he'll do, he'll just send a mail to this person and he has to wait. So once he is not sharing, isn't it, a long email threads communication is happening. So that is how we follow a complete processes, all those tools. But when it comes to agile, they says, hey, just go back to that person, have a discussion face to face and solve out the problem. That is always better. This is what is the they are looking for. They always emphasize individuals and interaction. It is the people who are carrying out the project, not the processes and the tools. They are not denying that processes and tools are not important. They are important, but when it comes to choose between two, they will prefer to interact with their people, talk to the team member, talk to the person who is working, rather than waiting for those approvals, waiting for those processes. This is what they always prefer. Working software is the key over comprehensive documentation. It is simply if I say, I just share a document to you explaining all the things that we are going to do or what we have done, or we are giving you the usable product, working software, workable product is the demonstration that is more valuable. So when it comes to these two, so they do minimum documentation. Yes, these values definitely will be helping you in your PMP exam. So during your exam, the scenario is explained and you have to choose the options. So you will always look for these keywords. So which option talks about working software? Which option talks about interacting with the people? Customer collaboration. That is what we are going to be choosing them first. So it always says documentation will be required, but keep it minimum. Always we have to give the working software, provide him the usable product. Then third value talks about customer collaboration is always more preferred over contract negotiation. So we always say that we are not working for the customer, but customer is like we are working with the customer. So even customer is a part of this development. So this is how we are working with the agile project. Yes, that is what we know with this AI, because AI is again, we know it is ambiguous. We don't have the much of the clarity, isn't it? Everybody is interpreting with their own way. So this will definitely have an impact. That is how we are going to keep on evolving, keep on evolving. This is how you are doing this experimentation and the things in that way. So everything, that is what we have to understand. What is the influence, how much impact, all that things which we are talking about. So the third value is about the customer collaboration. It is always that rather than negotiating over the contract, we always work with the customer throughout the project. It is not that we have signed a contract and we don't interact with the customer. We throughout the project, you have to work with the customer so that we can find out the best way rather than negotiating over the contract. Fourth values talks about responding to change over following a plan. You always have a plan for every project. Now if you find that with your working you got some new information, and you know that with that new information you must change. It is just like with the introduction of all this AI or this chat gbt, other things. So we know that you are just having a plan, but how we can make use of this new information, so you can always change the things as per the situation. This is what is responding to change over sticking to your plan, which might not be going to give you the desired value, isn't it? So plans are definitely the guides, but they should not rule your work. You should always respond to the changes as per the environment, as per the market. If market shift is there, if customer preferences are changed, you should always respond to the change. So when we talk about the agile, these are more valuable. They are not denying that they are not important, they are important, but they value individual and interactions, working software, customer collaboration, and responding to change more over these things, because this is what we emphasize more when we work with our plan driven. We will talk about that also, right? Because changes are inevitable. No, that is how we are responding to that. We are working on a maybe a project, isn't it? So we are working on a maybe a product for our online fashion store, just like a Nika or a Mintra. Now, what if during the working we identified that we should have a new feature, which is maybe a kind of a virtual try on the dresses. Now we know that this is really going to be very, very valuable, very, very important for this project, which will always give a very competitive edge. So that is how it was not there in our plan. We can always respond to it, how we can make it in our project. Working software is just like you are having a usable things, isn't it? That is what, like when we say we are working in the agile, so we always prefer to show a demo, isn't it? We are just seeing, going to the customer, see, this is what I have done, this is what we have done on our website or on our app, rather than showing him the complete presentation, beautiful PPT you are explaining. So rather than explaining that PPT, if I am giving you a demo, this is what we have worked on the project, don't you feel that will give you more satisfaction, Shubhashish? That is what we call as a working software. Okay, a demonstration of a product. That is what, Rakesh, we are saying. First, we'll prefer this. Documentations are important because we know that once the people have to use it, operational manual, we only keep the limited documentation which is important for the project. We will talk about that. Okay, documentation, everything, these are all important, they are not denying, but we have to first focus on this, then we would be preparing all our document. We always keep the limited documentation when we are working with the agile project. That is why you don't have so many documents like your registers, like your plans, when we work with the agile mindset. When we say we are working with this agile mindset, we have to follow these four values, means we are, these are more valuable to us over these. We emphasize more on individuals and interaction over processes and tools. Shilpa, I think I just gave you that example. We know that we do define our tools and processes for carrying out the project, isn't it? So this is what, like when we say we are working with the predictive approach. But now when we say we are working with the agile, so rather than waiting for, if you are working on a project, you are stuck at a place, there is some bottleneck. Now we are waiting for all those processes and tools to get approval, then we would be implementing. The team just discuss together, hey, this is the situation, what we all can do. That is how we have that kind of a self organized team, so that they will be all uh, trying to solve the problem on their own, right? Comprehensive documentation is all about where you have got so many documents, like you, whenever, like say, if I say that you have to develop a application, so you just have to have all your architectural drawings, your wireframes, everything you are going to have, isn't it? So you prepare all those documentation, all those things. But when we say we are working with this agile mindset, these minimum documentation we are going to have, and we are mainly focusing on how fast we can give a usable product, how fast we can work on that workable, the usable working software. That is what we are mainly preferring, rather than first showcasing or presenting a big presentation, a huge documentation, 50 pages we are giving to the customer. Rather than that, first our priority is to show him something working. That is what they prefer. Documentation would be there, but that would be the minimum what is required. We will talk about those documents that we prepare in the agile. Okay, we are going to cover it with our topics also, when we are going for the planning part, how do we plan in the agile, how do we do the monitoring, everything we'll talk about that. So four values, if you people remember, first is people interaction, isn't it? That is what, individual and interaction, that is what we prefer more. Working software, third was customer collaboration, fourth was responding to change. This is what we emphasize more over processes and tools. working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over what? We prefer customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Very good. And responding to change over following a plan. Yes. This is what is agile values. Now we have 12 principles of agile. So they are all going to guide us. So all these four values that we have seen, these four values will be applicable on these 12 principles. Ankit, why do we prefer more on individuals and interactions over processes and tools? As I gave you the example, if you have a problem, now tell me, you are waiting for some processes and tools to solve that problem, or once we know that this is a team who is working on a project, isn't it? Now we know that all those management has to decide the processes, all those tools, and we are waiting for might be couple of days. But once we have our team, we work out on ourselves after having a discussion, isn't it? Rather than waiting for that, we just discuss and find out a solution. That is always going to drive towards the faster approach, isn't it? Because we are always working with the speed. First principle talks about the customer satisfaction. Our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery. So usually when we say we are working with this agile, so we are iteratively, incrementally working. So we want to satisfy our customer. That is how we are giving them in the small portions. We always welcome changing requirements even late in the development, responding to change over following a plan, isn't it? We just saw this value. So same is applicable over here. So we are always, if might be customer is requesting for a kind of some changes, we can always implement it at any stage. That is how we are working with this agile mindset and this principle. Delivering working software frequently, isn't it? That is what we know. Working software is a key over comprehensive documentation. So we always try to have a fixed interval, which can be 2 weeks, which can be 3 weeks, which can be 4 weeks. So we are delivering something usable portion with every 2 week or every 3 week or every 4 week. Business people, developers must work together daily throughout the project. So what we do in the agile, we always have a team who is all working together. So that is how they are collaboratively working, and they are trying to align with each other so that we are not waiting for someone else. So the team members are all finding out the things, working together is the key, and they are going to develop the things. So this is how they try to work all together, isn't it? That is how we are giving them a kind of a free hand also. Fifth principle talks about building project around motivated individual. So motivated teams will always have good productivity. They will always try to develop something in a best way. This is what we always focus on. We always trust our people. If the team is there, that we know that this team is going to work on a your fitness tracking app or a software app, so we trust them. Yes, our team is capable of doing it, they will do wonders, and this is how we are going to develop their trust, and they are going to feel motivated because they can take the decisions on their own. So this is how they're doing the job. This is how we develop a kind of a culture and an environment so that people have a trust and they have a good bonding and they are working together. This symbol says iterations are there, no? So we are repetitively working, no, for the previous features also, isn't it? And incrementally adding value. We deliver first feature, We improve that also again, isn't it? So iteratively, incrementally we are working. That is what we, it is just a kind of a method to explain you when we say we are working with this agile. So that is how we are working with the small time boxes. Sixth principle talks about face to face conversation is the best way of communication. So, as we know, if we have any kind of a issue, or if you want to talk to anyone regarding some matter, or regarding some tools, regarding some approval, or you have a kind of a issue or a conflict, always talk to them face to face. If you are working with this, maybe the virtual team, you always make use of the video conferencing. Manisha will talk about that what we say, that welcoming change in the later stage, how it come. It is not going to diminish the quality, and how we would know if the individual is motivated. Shilpa will talk about that. The agile team is always self organized. We'll talk about those characteristics also a little later. Okay, so when we say, Manisha, welcoming changing requirement, it all about, let's say, as you know, that you have decided we are going to work on our app for food delivery. So we decided that okay, we are going to have our login feature, we are going to have our browsing restaurant feature, we are going to have our order placing feature, we are going to have our payment gateway features. So we decided some of these features that we are going to work on. So might be after our working, might be you have just at the end of your last iterations, last uh, time box, customer asked you to add one more feature for this project. So we will just discuss and we will respond to it, and based on that we decide that okay, for this new feature we would require to do one more iteration or two more iterations. So we just negotiate with that customer. Based on that we will be working on that new app feature also. If we feel that there is some changes which is going to be good for customer satisfaction, we can accept those changes at any stage. If after the last delivery customer wants to have some enhancement or some new feature, we can always do another sprint, another, sorry, iteration also. How do face to face? Hey, face to face means we can always have a video conferencing, no? That is also a face to face communication, Nagaram, right? When we say face to face means it is not we are preferring to talk through the emails or through the letters, all that is happening. It is better do a video call. So that is what, once we talk to the person face to face, there is less chances of the misinterpretation. That is what is this face to face conversation means. That is the best mode of communication. You will have at least one or two questions based on this understanding. So it is always, if you're working with a physical co-located team, you can just go to that person and you can talk. We will talk about that also, Nisha. Cost is always there for every project. So how do they do the planning? We will talk about that. Okay. It is just we are on the very initial. We are just breaking our black box right now. Okay. So park your question. We'll talk about all those things. See, usually when we say agile, the best method is the face to face that we try to always prefer. Okay, that is what, like, they have that it is better to try, maybe not in a kind of a physically presence, video conferencing, or you can have a telecall after that. So after that only they prefer to mail. Why, Nagram, in the nowadays virtual environment, we have got so advanced technology, we can always have face to face conversation, isn't it? Even the mobiles also offers WhatsApp calls, your Google Meet, Zoom, Slack. Jyoti, it is just what we are talking about when we have to just convey something, so that we always prefer, rather than sharing over the mail or a kind of a letter, try to first talk to them over the face to face, so that it becomes fast. Then you may have your documentation. It is just like, for an example, I want to decide that with our team we have to do a discussion on what should be our time for doing a quick 10 minutes daily meeting. So we want to discuss over that, isn't it? So rather than having all those documentation where people are just flipping the pages to see where we have recorded it, isn't it? So now what we can do, we can just do a kind of a face to face meeting, maybe through Zoom, maybe through that, so that we can find out the things in a better way. That is what it says. Okay. We are talking about these agile principles right now, isn't it? Maybe this is what, like in the predictive project, we are having with the different things. Yeah, it is not always physical. It may be video conferencing also if it is a virtual team. Okay, so we are now talking about the agile principles. That is going to be solving your best things. Now, seventh principle talks about same working software is the primary measure of our progress. That is what, instead of making our documentation, presentations, always we show our progress by something which is usable to the customer. Eighth principle talks about sustainable development. Agile processes promote sustainable development. So the sponsors, developers, users should always be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. How many of you working with this agile and you experience, or might be your manager or your boss ask you to work late night, or they call you on the weekends? Have anybody experienced this? They ask you to wait for 2 hours extra to complete multiple times. That means you are not being agile. Now you all can go to your boss and say, hey, Ranjita told us in our PMP training, this is not an agile principle. Okay. So that is what, like what agile principle says. We should not overburn our team. We always make our plan in such a way so that we should be able to move for a longer run. So we only plan that how much work team can do in that particular time box. That is what we know, that with our bandwidth, so we decide so that we can always maintain that constant pace. If you know that it is not that on the last day we are working something, isn't it? We know that we have to do some work, so 3 days 4 days you are just sitting quietly. Now we know that on Monday we have to send this report, so now on the Friday we are just overburning ourselves. That is not the agile pace. Always maintain a constant sustainable development, so that for the long run you are just going with the sustainable pace itself. Ninth principle talks about continuous attention to technical excellence, and good design enhances agility. So here, like it is a more focus on the quality, something which is non-negotiable, isn't it? So as you know that we as a developer, he just developed a code. Now he wrote this particular code, and might be this is a reusable code. So what if suppose that particular team member who has, or the developer who has written that code, he is not there with your team now? and now we are just struggling the another developer because that code was not written properly, isn't it? We have to have all with the concise way, all those comments, all those things we try to write it so that we can always make use of it in further. Anybody can try to understand. That is what like we always pay attention to that. We never compromise on the code quality. That is what there should be always written clean, maintainable code. That is what we have to always focus on. So there is a very famous quote by a football coach, very famous football coach. Some of you must have heard of his name also, Vince Lombardi. He gave, and with this quote only, there was a very good movie, Three Idiots, where they have also rephrased it in another way. So this Lombardi says that perfection is something which is not attainable. But if we try to chase that perfection, you can always catch the excellence. That is what we are going to follow the same thing. So we always have to focus on the quality. So Sai Shri Lakshmi says, we'll talk about this also. Okay. So when we say agile, so we'll just talk about what those changes and how we should do for that also. Fine. So just park your question for now. We'll discuss that as well. When we say 10th principle, which is simplicity, simplicity means the art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. Anyone here in this group who has worked with Kanban or lean approach? Yeah. So in our Kanban, we have one column, no, work in progress. So how do you keep? What should be your work in progress item? How do you define? There should be always limited work in progress, no? So what this principle says also, yeah, that we should not do any over engineering. We always try to do something which is essential. Don't focus on doing something which is not essential. So if we know that there are, let's say, 10 tasks which are there on our to-do list, and let's say on this Monday morning, I went to office and I found, okay, this task is there, this is easy, okay, let me take it up. This is, hey, this is also easy. So I just collected, let's say, 5, 6 tasks on my with me. Now, with this entire day, though in the morning with the enthusiasm, with all that, I've just picked all those tasks, might be there is a chance that I may miss certain things or I will not be able to do them whole, isn't it? So, this is what the other person suppose comes and they feel that, hey, there is nothing for me. So, he's just sitting idle. So, when we say we are working, so it is always we try to focus, we try to do certain things so that you should try to have maximum work not done. So we only keep the work as per our bandwidth. If we know that we have 3 developers and based on that we can only complete these 3 tasks. So we are mainly focusing on finishing the task first rather than starting the work. So starting the work is not, we can first finish the task and then take the new one. This is how we are also talking about. So when we say always try to do the things which is more important, which is essential for you, don't do any kind of an over engineering. So deliver those first and then pick up the new things. This is what is the simplicity means. Now, when we talk about this 11th principle, the best architectures, requirements, and design emerge from self organizing team. So it says you should give free hand to your team so that The team themselves are deciding about the complete architecture, designs, requirements, everything they are going to plan. That is how they are supporting, helping each other. This is what is the self organized team. That is what agile teams always work in this self organized manner. They don't need anybody from outside to guide them or instruct them. They would be just working together by doing the interactions, by deciding what is good, what is not good. So that is what all the architecture, requirement, designs, everything team is going to work on. They create a kind of a culture. We are having a kind of a atmosphere where we are not doing any micromanagement. This is what like agile teams always have a self organized way of working. 12th principle, focus on continuous improvement. This is very important principle also, and I think we are using them. So mostly this principle says team should keep on improving themselves. So they learn from their experience. So that is how at regular intervals they reflect on how to become more effective, and accordingly they are just going to tune and adjust their behavior. So once we complete our iteration, after every iteration, team sit back and they do a meeting. Yes, retrospective, I am not using that term right now. We'll talk about. So that meeting is basically to do the self assessment, self reflection, that what went well, what went wrong. So where we can improve on. So any improvement related to their processes, related to their product, related to their own team collaboration, they improve on that. So they decide what they should focus on improving. So that is how with every, after every iteration, they do take a small target for improving their processes or improving themselves. So this is how team is just continuously refining and fine tuning their behavior. So this is the 12, these are the 12 principles that are going to be guiding you, and that when we are working with this mindset with any of the framework, they are the behavioral guidelines. So agile is always, when we say the far we are moving towards the adaptive, that is what agile. Less adaptive, it is predictive. Any between, any like anywhere in between this, hybrid. So there are two concepts, doing agile versus being agile. Agile is just the way we are trying to focus on being flexible, being adaptable to the situation, isn't it? So we are just planning something and quickly we are responding to the changes also. If something is not working way in our correct way, or something is happening, we always inspect, we always adapt to the situation, and we are just finding out the decisions with the help of our team only. So when we say doing agile and being agile, doing agile is all about that, yes, we are very much focusing, we are very much using all these agile values, agile principles. That is what we are saying we are doing agile. It is all the best framework tools that as per the agile we have. That is what you are doing agile. But when we say being agile, so being agile is something where you are just embracing that mindset of the agility, where you are focusing on the adaptation, flexibility. Just for an example, the you want to participate in a car race. So for that car race, you bought a one of the best sports car. So buying one of the best sports car is what you are having the best tools, best practices with you. That is what something we are doing agile. But now buying the best sports car, whether it guarantees you that you are going to win the race. You have one of the best sports car. all the sleek design, powerful engine, everything. No, it doesn't give you the guarantee that you will win the race. Yeah, it needs the practice, isn't it? You know that you have to adapt to your driving skills also based on the road conditions, isn't it? So you have to develop that skill, how you can use this sports car, its features, so that you can adjust, you can develop those skills to win this race. So this is what we call as being agile, where you are practicing, where you are adapting to the situations, you are trying to learn to gain that expertise. All that is what we say as a being agile. So doing agile is all about mechanically you are just following the processes, all those tools, everything framework, isn't it? Without embracing the true spirit of agile, isn't it? That is what we called as the two concepts. It is just like we are following the recipe instructions word by word, everything, all those ingredients. That is what we are doing agile. But being agile means we are just embracing some flexibility, some changes as per your taste preference. Or might be if you have some ingredients not available, how you can be flexible so that you can have some adjustment. Or maybe you have some allergic with some of the ingredient, so you are modifying, you are just changing the things also. That is what we say as a being agile. So these are the two important things. So we have to not just doing agile, you have to be agile also. So this is how we know that agile is all about where we adopt a flexible, change-friendly way of thinking and behaving. We have to understand the purpose of these practices that are there with this agile. Then we have to select and implement the appropriate practices based on the context. That is what I just explained you with that buying a sports car. Internalize your agile values, mindset, and behavior. This is all applicable for your product development, other development, even it is a kind of a mindset that we are talking about. So tailoring is what we discussed our principle. It is tailoring is all about, as we know, the way project, the way industry has evolved, the project management has evolved. So we always know that there cannot be two projects which can be done in the same way. So you have to adapt to the situation, isn't it? So every project is unique. So based on that concept, you have to apply your effort for those individual projects. So tailoring occurs continuously throughout the project. So the tailoring applicable for the tools also, processes also, and your ways of doing also. So you have to adjust, you have to change your approach. Let's do this question and then we'll move to our next topic. Okay, okay. So many responses are there. Hey, there can be only one. Pankaj, don't choose two. Just one option only we have to go for. Whenever you will be asked in the exam to choose two, no, so you it would be mentioned in the question. Okay, so let's discuss. This question talks about, so I think there's most of the people are having the agile and hybrid two options is what like maximum people have opted. Few people have given iterative also. A project team is brainstorming the best project management methodology to recommend to senior management for adoption. The project team's idea contains characterized by frequent requirement changes, incremental and iterative changes, all these keywords very customer focused. This is all very much focused for this agile. Now require, though there are two things, isn't it? So you by linking that very customer focused and also require defined stages with specific documents produced in order to meet the industry regulatory standards. Now once you are looking at this part of your question, that is what we say it is perfectly suitable for the agile. But when we say that this project also required defined stages with specific documentation produced in order to meet the industry regulatory standards, isn't it? So we need to have all those defined stages for these things, isn't it? That has to be done with the predictive. Yeah. So the best method to go for this project would be hybrid because it requires both customer centering, responding faster. Plus, we have to work with the predictive for all our clear stages and documentation. So, are you all agree with this justification now after reading it? That is what always try to read the complete question, complete options, then answer your question. Okay, all the options you should try to read because it was like in this case it was okay, but once we have those questions, no, the options would be very very close to each other. In agile, we know that we are working with this flexibility, isn't it? Yes, I'll just show the question again. When we know that we have to meet our industry regulatory requirements, whenever you have your regulations and other things, so for those, don't you feel that you have to make all your standard procedures, your defined plan that everybody should follow? See, this is what we are talking about. Whenever you know that you have to work with the regulations, compliances, can we be flexible for those industrial regulation? For there are some compliances where we have might be the volunteer one, but again, which may not be the mandatory, but there are regulatory requirements, regulatory standards, they are the mandatory to follow. We cannot have any kind of a flexibility there, so there has to be a defined approach to carry out. Yes, that is why you have to follow your predictive. So this is what we have completed our foundation topic, and the next topic is our strategic alignment. But before that, I think the new topic will go to the start it after our break because we have reached our break time because two breaks is what we have to take, right? So I'm going to start this new topic after our 10 minutes of break. Any question if you have, we can take 2 minutes right now, or otherwise if there is no question for new topic, we'll start it after the break. After the break, I'll share you as I told you after the session because we'll be doing some chapter wise questions also, and I'll share you my link from where you would be getting the access to all the other information as well. Industry regularly standards are applicable in the agile also, isn't it? That is what you are doing it. But there we have agile, we have that we cannot have a kind of a rigid one. No, we do work with a flexibility. So whenever you know that there are certain things which are defined one, don't you have to do the necessary planning before that? Doing agile and being agile. So just Jyoti, as I told you, doing agile means you are just knowing those processes. You have the best tools, you know that these are the agile values, these are the agile principles, this is the tools we have, isn't it? So now that is what you are doing agile. You are following those tools, you are following those processes, you are following those principles, those values. But when we say being agile, that means we are flexible also, and according to the conditions, we are adapting. We are embracing those things for doing it in that way. That is what, like as I told you, that we have our tools with us. The Scrum framework is there. This is what, like, we are just following the instructions which is mentioned in our recipe book. That ingredients, this should be the ratio, this should be your cooking time, this should be your process. We follow those instructions step by step. That is where you are following all those things in a way it has been defined. That is what you are doing agile. But when we say being agile, that means you are trying to adapt to the situation as per your preference. You know that I don't have right now a particular ingredient, or I am allergic to that particular ingredient. Maybe in the country to country, you know, no, that somebody has some allergic to the some protein, or maybe some other cinnamon or whatever it is. So you are now adjusting the things according to your situation. Adaptation, flexibility, this is what doing agile, being agile, sorry. No, that is not that was a concept in terms of questions. So we will choose being agile approach for correct answers. Yes, yes, that is what you will be focusing on. These PPTs, as we talked, if you have claimed your digital key, you can download it from the PMI website after getting the email, or we'll discuss it after our session, last 15 minutes about these operational issues. Okay, so let's go for a break, and then we will rejoin after our 10 minutes. So I hope everyone is back now. Okay, thank you for the confirmation. So now next topic is our strategic alignment. Now what does this strategic alignment means? So it is all like, as you know, that the way the project management, the way the world is changing, so how project manager can remain competent and how he can always be more resourceful to manage those challenges. That is what the strategic alignment is going to guide us. So already we discussed this PMI talent triangle yesterday. So this is a PMI talent triangle framework which just help us to know what are those core competencies, those leadership skills that as a project manager you should have, and your process knowledge, the ways of working, and the business acumen. So this is how you can use this framework to identify your shortcomings, what are the skill gap, and accordingly you can plan for your training for those areas. Now we do have this strategic management elements and framework. So yesterday we discussed about the organizational project management framework, isn't it? So this strategic element is all which talks about that whatever we are doing, our project should ensure that we are matching with our project vision. So whatever you are doing it, it should align with the top, it should align with the organization's vision. So this pyramid helps us to understand that how we are going to do that. So we know that we have our organization vision, which is the aspirational, isn't it? Where do we want to go? That is what, like, we have set our vision, and we do have to set our mission. What are our organizational strategies and objective to achieve them? And based on that, we define our portfolio, what should be the portfolio programs and project you would be doing it. And you always have to have your organizational structure accordingly, you have your standard procedures accordingly. This is how this is going to be all aligned. So it starts from the vision, mission, the objectives, what is the area, that is what those objectives, and how you are going to define your milestones, goals for achieving those objectives, how you are going to have your strategies to achieve them, isn't it? That is where you align your project program and portfolio. So based on that, we need to understand our organizational structure as well, so that we know what type of resources and how we are going to align those resources for meeting for those organizational vision. This is what this PMI standards, strategic management elements and framework. And when we work with the agile, so we'll talk about this objective and key result framework little later during our benefits management part only. So we'll talk about, this is nothing but we do set the clear cut objective, what is our objective, and how our team should able to achieve this objective. We need to define those key results. So those key results should be measurable, maybe 1 to 3 key results you should define, so that those are the milestones which is helping our team to reach their objective. This is what OKR framework. We'll talk about this OKR framework little later in this particular foundation topic only. So whether you know your organization strategic plan or the type of product our organization is working with, what are those different verticals we have in our organization, isn't it? So that is what will guide you how much aligned you are with your organization vision. So you have to, whenever required, talk to your subject matter experts, work with them. So you can always do some of your external stakeholders, internal stakeholders, so we can define our appropriate project delivery strategies. So you should be able to determine your strategy for both your development as well as your delivery for the project, isn't it? So this is what like we are having this strategic alignment elements. So every organization have their plan. So whether you are aware of your organization strategic plan or not, whether you know your organization's long term mission and vision, isn't it? So based on that only you would be able to align yourself with that top. Now when we are working on the project, so we know you have a project to carry out. Do you have a kind of a culture or a kind of an environment where you know that we have got all our set boundaries and we can work in vacuum and there will not be any influences, external or internal, which is going to impact my project success? Is it possible? Can we run our project in vacuum? Not at all possible. So now we are trying to know how or what are those organizational influencing agents, factors. So we have classified these organizational influencing factors under two categories. One is known as EEF, another is known as OPAs. EEF is nothing but enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets. Now, what does this enterprise environmental factor talks about? It is basically coming as external also, internal also. Now some of you, can you identify what are those external factors which are going to impact your project success and you cannot control those factors? You cannot do something for that, but you have to consider them, and accordingly you will, yeah, tariff regulations, market situations, exactly, competitions, inflation, yeah, environment, natural calamities, very true, government laws. So these are crises. This is what like what you all have said. These are the enterprise environmental factors. So enterprise environmental factors are basically the factors which cannot be tailored. Something which you have married with, you cannot control them. That is the keyword to remember. They are uncontrollable, but they are going to always tell you what is the environment in which we are working. So we have to consider them when we are planning for our project. So we know that this enterprise environmental factors can be external. So external is what you all people have just answered right now. Your regulations, isn't it? Your market conditions, your inflation. You may have a kind of your competition, your government guidelines. So this is what like we call them as an external environmental factors. Now, what could be some internal environmental factors that are also not in our control? Mergers, acquisition, very much true. In our organization, we know that there are merger acquisitions happening. You know that the culture, yeah, what is this employee attrition, the change in the strategies. You may have some kind of a restructuring happening in our organization, isn't it? So yeah, all this is what like something which is not in our control, and we know that our infrastructure, the organization culture, you have your organizational hierarchy reporting, your organizational breakdown structure, isn't it? That is what are the internal factors. So we'll talk about those examples. So just enterprise environmental factors are the conditions outside the immediate control of the team, and it may influence, constrain or direct the project, program and the portfolio. So these factors will always affect your project, so that we always try to consider them so that we can manage our project in a better way. So external and internal, we all talked about. OPAS or organizational process assets are basically the processes, plans, policies, and your procedures. So we do have certain templates, isn't it? As we discussed, the if the organization is highly experienced one, so you know that whenever you are starting up your new project, so already we have certain processes, we have certain templates, that how we are going to record our issues, how we are going to update our risk, isn't it? We have certain templates for making our project plans, we have our templates for developing the stakeholder registers, SOPs are there, checklists are there, isn't it? Now we know that there are certain vendor selection criteria, onboarding process of our team members. Now all those processes, procedures are there, but as per the need of the project, don't you feel that we can always tailor them, we can always modify certain things, we can always, they are in the control of the project manager, isn't it? We can always customize those fields, those reporting formats. Yeah, that is what is the OPAS. So OPAS are basically going to give you some guidance. We can always learn from our experience, isn't it? So we never start our project from the scratch. We make use of those guidelines, we make use of those references, our templates, our previous project records, isn't it? Lessons learned registers, all those historical information. So they are going to be guiding us, they are going to give some direction, what we did well and what had not worked well. Examples are there, references are there. That is how we start working on our new project. So that is what we classify them as the OPAs. OPAs are always internal. So OPAs will always provide you some support, some guidance for your project management. EF is basically the conditions which are not in our control and they may impact our project. So we have to consider to develop our plans accordingly. Now these are the examples of your internal EEF. Now resource capability is one of the enterprise environmental factors which is internal, isn't it? What is our resource strength right now? So you know that they have some kind of their skills which you cannot control right now. You have to consider that current skill is this much. So based on that, you are going to assign them the roles and responsibilities. But might be with this project, you are providing them the training, upgrading their skills. That is a different thing. As of now, when you are going to plan for your project, you are considering their current skills. That is a EEF internal organization culture. Now we know that we are using certain project management information system like Jira or Microsoft project, or maybe you are working on some Excel template, or maybe Asana, Primavera, MS Project. These are various project management tools, isn't it? So now we know that our organization is using a software for managing the project, Trello. Yeah, now, or maybe we know that we have to do all our communication or our information sharing over our collaborative tool that we are using, maybe the Slack or whatever it is. So we know that we have to follow it. Both EF, whether it is internal, whether it is external, they are not in our control. Okay, so project manager would be considering them as it is, and based on that you have to define your plan, you have to define your strategies, isn't it? We know that external marketplace condition is not in our control, you cannot control the competition, but considering that you have to define your strategy, what all those features you should keep. You know that laws, regulations, they are also not in your control, isn't it? The operating condition. Now we have to carry out this project in Kashmir. Now considering right now the condition, you know, isn't it? Or you are doing a particular project, let's say in your UAE. and this project is going to start in the month of June. We know that at that time we may have a very extreme weather, but you can't do anything. Based on that, you would be adjusting your calendar that, okay, let's start working from early morning and by 12 noon, we'll all wind up. This is how the people are practicing it, isn't it? So, this is how something which is not in our control, but we are going to adjust to them, we are going to adapt our strategies for after consideration. EF can be external, EF can be internal, both. Some internal factors cannot be in your control, isn't it? That is what I told you. We have our organization culture. That is what you know, that our organization culture says that we have to have a working hours between 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. That is what we have to follow. We know that we have our reporting structure in that way. So those culture we all have to follow. You cannot change it, no. Can it be controlled by project manager? Is it possible? Yes, Bonto. Can you control? See, when we say that we have certain resources for our project, isn't it? You know that you have your specific equipments. Now, when you are knowing that those are those facilities or those things, they are all at the different location. So for that, you would be considering their availability. Based on that, you have to decide. You are working on a kind of a project at a site for a construction, and you know that from your site the medical facility is almost 2 kilometers away. You know that you are going to use a crane or the JCB for your project. It is at a particular site. So you know that based on that you are going to use. What is your geographical locations, other things when you are trying to plan for all those kinds of a project? Isn't it? The machinery, the equipments. You know that we have some shared resources. Maybe your what we say, the kind of your cloud database you are using, or whatever it is there, whatever things you have. So that is what there are. Internal EF, there are external EF, both. So we are going to use them. So EF, which is something uncontrollable, OPAs are something which is the in the control of our project manager. So how do we get to know our, because please keep it in mind, if still you have the doubt, you may have a question you can expect based on the understanding of EF and OPAS, because this is what is the input for most of our planning processes. Whenever you are planning your scope, schedule, budget, risk, qualities, we have to consider these factors for our planning. Now, how can we identify, how can we get to know what are those external business environmental factors? So we mainly use these framework or these prompt to identify those external business environmental factors. So mainly as a project manager, you know that if you are existing player in the market, isn't it? But still you have to keep an eye on the environment, what is happening, what your competitors are doing it, so that you know that whatever new product, whatever new projects you are coming up, so with that it is going to always influence. So we have these popular framework like our pistol. So this is just going to help us to know about those external business environmental factors, like our all those political factors, isn't it? We know that the government policies, your tax policies, your regulations, you need to understand your economic growth, your exchange rates, inflation rates, interest rates. That is also going to be a very important factor for the project. So when we are doing our strategic planning for the project, we always consider these factors, your socio-cultural factors, the demography, the lifestyle changes, what is happening in those area wherever you are working on that project, the education, then comes your technological factors, isn't it? The R&Ds, the technological awareness, then the legal factors, your laws, employment laws, consumer protection laws, all those things we need to have understanding. Environmental factors, that is what we know, isn't it? The climate, the environmental regulations, your sustainability issues, all those factors we have to look for when we are looking for our doing our strategic planning for our project. Then we do make use of this tech op. This is usually when we are planning for our new project, so you are looking for those same technical factors, isn't it? The environmental factors, commercial factors, the contract, suppliers, third parties risk, then the operational factors. What about the resources you are going to have, the governance of your organization, the capabilities, logistics, and then comes your organizational policies, your stakeholders impact. So this is basically related to the project. Now, all these factors will be also helping you to identify the possible risk also, so that we can look for those risks and we can have a appropriate strategy for mitigating them. Then VUCA stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. So that is what mostly we use when we are working on our software or the IT projects, isn't it? We know that something is all highly up, sudden down. This is what like volatile. We all are living in a VUCA world, isn't it? So this is an environment which is where a project manager has to be agile and adaptable. Then only you will be able to manage. So all these frameworks are going to help you to, yeah, this is what we are talking about as a overall project strategy, isn't there? This is what like we are looking for. Maybe when we are trying to do our pestle analysis is usually when we are looking for our complete strategic alignment with the company. Comprehensive analysis, that is where we prefer this pestle at the strategic level, and take up we do at a project level. That is what these are the framework. And this is what like when we are doing a kind of a project, isn't it? All this AI, this is all like highly complex, all those things we have. So this is all the political we discussed: taxation, trade restrictions, your stability. We have our economic factors, rates, exchange rates, legal factors, environmental factors, technological factors. That is what we are making use of. So here at the strategic level, when we say the pistol, we are looking for these. And when we talk about these at the TECOP level, so this political factors we are looking for our stakeholders influence, the regulatory environment what we have. This is what at the project level we are looking for. Now, after this external business environmental factors, we know that internal environmental factors. Now, internal environmental factors, as some of you already said, that already we know that what if some kind of an organizational changes, maybe in the form of our leadership is changed, the vice president, the CEO or the vice president of the company is changed, isn't it? So this is how we will have a impact on the project. What is the commercial and operational impact? Now, commercial impact is all about your market demand, supply chain, isn't it, Hitesh? Your competitive level. That is what commercial aspect we are talking about. Operational is all about our resource availability or logistics part that we are looking for. What is our operational capacity at the project level we are not talking about, right? So environmental, this internal business environmental factors means when we say our CEO of the company is changed. This is what had happened, no? When Musk took over the Twitter, now it is X, isn't it? Parag Agrawal was fired, so many employees were fired, new people were hired, isn't it? Lot of policies change. So whenever we know that there is a shift in the leadership, so that leader may have a different priorities. So he may be shelving your budget, or he may sometimes, hey, this project is not going to be good, this is not a good project, this is something somebody's else vision, isn't it? So sometimes you may have a kind of that impact also. And whenever our organization is going for all this layoffs, isn't it, downsizing, now once you know that layoffs are happening, so might be with that layoff, you know that what if I may face a resource constraint, isn't it? That is a possible or not? If your organization is undergoing a downsizing or layoff, isn't it? So that is what we are now looking for. That what if some kind of a restructuring is happening, mergers and acquisitions are happening. So that may impact your project also. So how we are going to mitigate it, isn't it? That is what all these external internal factors we have to consider, so that based on that we are going to do the uh, changes and modifications and uh, mitigating all those impact to drive the value. Now this is a easy question but a tricky also. Try to do this based on our EEF understanding. A question has scrolled up. So I think most of the people have answered. So there is a question which is scrolled up by Amit. Okay, Amit, I got your question, that what if with the change in the top management, if the project has been closed, isn't it? This is what we'll talk about in our closing also. But let me focus first on this answer, then I'll answer your question also. So this was a straightaway questions about our external EEF. Lindsay, employee attrition would be an internal environmental factors. No, it is not an external. This is for you, because might be you know that what if employees are not there. So that is an here we are talking about our external. So definitely, most of the people, everybody has, I think, unanimously they have answered. How come legal restrictions would be internal EF? These are all your legal authorities, isn't it? Some, you may have some of your internal regulations, your organization's policies are there, isn't it? That would be your internal. Legal restrictions would be external only. We have our organization policy, maybe for this can be a kind of a thing that you know that we have to use our defined or the approved vendors for contract signing. So that is what our project says, that no, we are only going to use from this prescribed vendor list. That will become your internal EEF. But sometimes it is not going to be a kind of a strict for you that you do. Every organization have their approved vendor list, but in certain cases, in certain project, we know that we have to look for extra talent. We can go and find some new vendors also, so then it will become an OPAS. So keep it in mind, if something which you cannot control, that will always be an EEF, isn't it? So sometimes, as people do say, that there are some internal organizational policies. Now, those policies are there which you cannot tailored, which you cannot modify. That will be your internal EEF. But certain policies, certain procedures, which is always in our control, that would be your OPAs, organizational process assets. So Ankit said that after the change in the top management, we know that sometimes we have to prematurely close the project. Right? So we know that whatever project has been initiated, it will be always going through the different five process groups: initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, closing. So the project has been initiated because of some internal or because of some uncontrollable factors. The same thing as you said, shift in the top management, that project is now closed. So we will be going to close this project. Whatever we have done as of now, we are going to get the approval, we are going to submit it. Now it is, as a project manager, you are going to boost the morale of the team member because they put all their hard work, everything into it. That is where your emotional intelligence, your empathy, your leadership skills comes into picture, isn't it? Just like we are doing it with our kids, with our family members. Similarly, this is what like we have seen, no, that first principle, the project management principle. Yeah, you have to be resilient, you have to be always diligent, caring steward. So this is what you cannot do something, no, because the things would be happen. There is not many cases where we have to prematurely close our project, right? So this is what you have to always look for. So this is what we'll discuss during closing also, because something which is not in our control, the best thing is that how you are going to boost your team morale. This is where your leadership skills comes into picture. So this was the last topic of our strategic alignment. That is what we have just seen, that how we have to follow the guidelines for our decision making, all those organizational influencing factors. This is how we are going to make use of. Now moving on to the project benefits and value. As we know that we have to focus on the value, and every project is going to deliver some benefits and value. So benefits can be this business value, can be net quantifiable, that is tangible or intangible both, isn't it? So maybe you know that what are the tangible benefits that we get with our project? What can be tangible, what can be intangible? With your experience, whatever project you people are doing it, what intangible and tangible benefits you look for? Revenue is a tangible. Hey, revenue can be not intangible. No, revenue would be tangible. Yeah. So that is what like we are trying. Maybe the financial gain. So what we are going to talk about? These are the business value. Goodwill is intangible. Brand is intangible. Building brand. Yeah. Satisfaction, social benefits. Yeah. So now we have the type of business value. So this is what like when we are doing our project. So we know that our project is going to deliver financial gain. This is a business value. What is tangible, what is intangible? Something that you can measure, like that is tangible. Something that you cannot measure, the brand, the satisfaction, the trust, isn't it? That is all you cannot measure. So financial gain is one type of business value, isn't it? This is where we are doing our project. Why? Because we are going to quantify in term of how much return we are going to have, isn't it? You are developing all your apps, banking apps, financial apps, mobile apps, all those apps are which we are developing. so that we know that we are going to generate some kind of a revenue, isn't it? Maybe you are doing some all those project. We are doing the project to attract some new customers. Yeah. What could be the example? Or many of you might be doing the project where you are trying to attract the new customers. Any example? Tier 2 cities, exactly, new product. What could be this new product? Because isn't it? Maybe you are just loyalty program is there, or you know that we are right now running our services offline, isn't it? Yeah, subscription model. Now we are just running our offline services. Now we want to go for online services as well, because we know that the same thing. Suppose we know that we are running some of the trainings offline only. Now we know that there is a huge market where the working professionals are looking for online learning platform. So we want to now going for this online platform to attract those customer who only prefers to learn with this online, isn't it? That is what expanding the new market to gain some new customers. Yes. Then we have the social benefit. We do several projects under corporate social responsibility in India. We are doing several projects to benefit the society, benefit certain set of maybe the senior citizen, or you want to do a kind of a project for the sake of underprivileged children. Now tell me, the government who is constructing a flyover or a road just to manage the traffic congestion, sustainability, renewable energy, yeah, that is also a social benefit. It is going to provide some benefit to a society group of people. That is all we do those project to gain that benefits. We know that there are several projects which is going to be launched first time in the market, because we want to be first to launch that product. First mover, first one is always have the competitive edge, isn't it? The self driven car, the EV, Tesla still is the competitive leader, pioneer. Yeah, that is what, isn't it? We know that the people who launch that services first time still they are remaining competitive. That is what is the benefit we are looking for. Maybe when we are launching our first time some of the gadget, it may not be giving you some financial gain, but we know that if we don't launch it right now, might be later on we won't be able to get that much of benefit. So we have to launch it. We should be first pioneer in the market to launch that services or that particular product. Then we do carry out our project for improvement in the term of technology, improvement in the term of processes, isn't it? That is what we are doing it. So we know that we have to improve our process for invoicing, or our supply chain, or material management. So we are doing a new project for improving our processes, or when we want to improve our technology, isn't it? Now we want to move from our older database to the cloud server. All that kind of a projects we do as a part of getting. This is also a business value. Regularization, isn't it? If you are from any of the sector, maybe the finance sector, now there is a new regulation by the finance authority. The same thing happened, no, with the introduction of GST in India. Yes, there can be. That is what you are doing the project, which may be having the benefit, business value of improvement plus financial gain. We are doing a project which will give us a new customers also plus financial gain also, isn't it? So your project may have the benefits or the value where you may have the combination, but at least every project will have one business value out of these. Do you people agree with me? Whatever project you are doing it. So now we know that some new regulations has been introduced, isn't it? You are a automotive company. You know that all this, the introduction of BS6 engine, isn't it? So we know that government has introduced a new compliance standard, and they will be giving you a timeline so that we all have to get it regularized. Now, considering this business value, and with your project that currently you people are working on, just now give me what business value your project is going to give after looking at these six business value. Quickly, all of you can just think of and then come up. Okay, Ishpreet is doing for new customers as well as financial gain also. All right. First in the market and to attract new customer. Few people are doing for improvement. Okay. Financial gain plus new customer plus improvement. Okay. Automation project. So that is what is your improvement, right? First in the market. Great. So many new gadgets we are going to have now, right? So many people are having first in the market. So Praveen is going for regularization business value. Optimization would also come under your improvement, isn't it? So this is what, like, we know that we have different type of business value that our project is going to give. Okay, regularization, you want more example? Fine. See, when we say we are going for our regularization, it is all about we are getting alignment with the compliances. It is all, you know, that we have a introduction of a government has introduced a new regulation. Fine. So we know that this new regulation is about that you are all going to develop your product, whatever banking services you are doing it, isn't it? So that is what they says that, hey, every app, every banking app should have for doing our international transactions where we have to follow more authentication process. So they have announced a new authentication process for all our banking app. This is what now we have to make our project, we have to initiate a project to get it regularized with those new compliances, isn't it? Maybe ISO standards. We know that we have to get compliant with those ISO standards. So we have to initiate a project to get in alignment with those standards. Yeah, similarly, yeah, Aadhaar card introduction was a, isn't it? That is how it was introduced. That all our transactions, that our PAN and Aadhaar should be linked. That was a new regulation, because without that you will not be able to do lot of your KYC and online transactions. So that is what is the regularization. Now, we as a project manager, we are right now nowhere in the picture. So most of the time, whenever the organization gets a new idea, some new business idea, so what they do, we know that they have to do some need assessment. Any business analyst in this group? I think I found it yesterday during the introduction. There were two business analysts. Yes. Maybe not today present. So what we do, all of the organizations, they are going to assess their new idea. So we know that we have a new project idea, so we have to do the need assessment. So that is what the role of business analyst. Now keep one thing in mind, some organizations may ask, or maybe as a project manager, because you have those competencies, those skills, so you are doing that need assessment, then you are not working as a project manager, you have to wear a hat of a business analyst. Okay, so that business analyst is always going to do this need assessment even before our project is not yet initiated. We have not got our project charter, but first they will do the initial assessment just to understand the opportunities or the gaps or the other things, what we can serve to the customer, what benefits can be there. All those things they are going to do this need assessment, and they will be giving us the business goals and the objectives, and what could be the opportunities and the issues with this idea. So this is what is the role of business analyst. So business analyst will give us the idea or the information, that is what we call as a business case. We want to come up with a new model of a car. So we just do a assessment, what customers are now. We are coming to that. Please wait. What customer is now looking for, what kind of a comfort they are looking for, isn't it? Whether they want more stylish car, more elegant design, or they want to get a car which should run on the petrol, or it should be an EV, it should be on diesel. All that need assessment would be done by the business analyst, and he would give a detailed study about that in the form of a report. That proposal is what we call as a business case. So every organization, this is what is the organization will get it done. Either you have a business analyst with you, or some organization get it done by the external agencies also. Deloitte, McKinsey, there are so many external companies which are only doing this business analysis, the need assessment. So after the need assessment, the analysis, that report, that proposal would be submitted. So this is what is the flow like. So we have a business idea, we do this need assessment, and we prepare our business document. We'll come to this right now. What is this business document? Now, after that only, there is the entry of all of us as a project manager. This is the place, once the business case is approved, now project manager is going to take those inputs and start working on the project, right? So right now we are only talking about the pre-initiation phase. It is all about before the project initiation. So business documents are developed before the initiation of the project by the business analyst, or this role can be done by any of the senior stakeholder as well. So this is going to give you all the information about the project objective and about the business goal, and it is going to help us to understand why we should invest in this project, why this project is a good idea, what benefits we are going to get as an organization. That is what they documented. See, this is just a flow. I will show you once we'll move it. Right now, just focus on these three steps. We know that there is a business idea. So we do the need assessment, and the proposal would be documented in the form of business document. Business document is what now we are looking into. Okay. And after that, only project manager starts working on charter, requirements, planning, executing all those things. Okay, just wait, I'm coming to that only. So business document consists of two part. We have business case. Now business case is focusing on why. why this project is a good idea, why we should invest in this project. So once organization do that, that they have to come up with some new idea, or they find that some kind of a gaps are there, so they do complete assessment to look for those gaps where we can improve, what are the opportunities, and they will be sharing that proposal. So they are going to prepare this business case, and this business case is going to tell us all the information about the cost benefit analysis. So a project manager will have the access to these business document. That is what all the big organizations did do, have all these documentation prepared, and this is going to tell you about the benefits, what we are looking for, what are those quality specifications, and what are our schedule and the cost constraints. Yes, Abhishek, business case is always, it is considered as a proposal which is shared by the business analyst. So once our organization go through that proposal and once we approve it, yes, this is really a good idea. This is something we would really want to invest in. That is how they will identify, yes, Abhishek, this is the project charter. Now start developing the project. So this is the business case. Start developing your charter and plan for it. So this is how the project manager will be entered in once the business case is approved. There is another document, that is benefit management plan. Benefit management plan is just a detailed guide which is going to help us to understand who all are the benefit owners from this project. There will be sometimes several benefit owners. How and when we would be realizing those benefits. There are few benefits that you just realize it at the end of your project. There are few benefits that we gain as a part of our operation. So long term gain, short term gains. So this is what we document in our benefit management plan. The list of benefit owners, the time frame during which we are going to realize those benefits, our metrics to measure those benefits, and the assumptions, constraint, and risk. Because every project, is going to have the risk. So this is what like would be defined, and based on that, now this benefit management plan is a business document. It is not going to be in your project management plan, and we are going to, as a project manager, you would be reviewing these documents periodically when we are going ahead in our project, just to know what were those benefits or by what timeline we have decided. So this is how we are having these two documents. Benefit management plan is a life document, because sometimes those benefits that we have decided, the timeline may change, or some benefit owners also may change. So this may be a life document. This is something which is static. So just in short, business case explains why behind the project, and this is your guide about what and who are those benefit owners, how we are going to realize those benefits. That is what is going to be there in your benefit management plan. Is the understanding on this benefit management plan and business case is clear to all of you? Now, maybe in our organization, we have, yes, you can say, Ramanujan, same thing only, that business case is just going to help you. After looking this information in the business case, you decide, hey, I am not going to go for this project, I don't find any value. But this is what it is going to be. Who all will be the benefit owner, isn't it? So when we know the benefit owner, project manager is one of the benefit owner, your CEO, operations manager. That depends on the type of project, right? So who all will get those benefits? The benefits that we have decided, the financial gain, social benefit, regularization, that is what we just saw. Benefit management plan is a detailed guide which is going to help us to understand what are those, who all are those benefit owners, and what is the time frame during which we are going to realize those benefits, because there are multiple benefit owners we may have in our project. So this is what you have to document. The PM, you have your maybe you're doing some kind of a project for HR, your HR manager, other areas. That is what we are going to document it. What are those matrix, isn't it? So what kind of benefit you have to you are if it is a kind of a, some regularization, isn't it? That is what we do define the metric, the customer satisfaction rate, or maybe the customers uh, the new visitors who are going to come on your website. If it is a kind of a new website you are launching, so we do have a website that might be within the next 3 months we should have 1,000 visitors on our website. That is what is a metric. What are those assumptions, constraints, and risks that we have? Isn't it? We do have some assumptions that there will be all approvals done on time, sponsor would be funding on time. That is what we prepare it. Now, how do we measure the benefits? If suppose we have got multiple projects to choose, you have got 2 or 3 business case with you. If you have to decide between business cases which we should prefer, which we should choose, so there are some benefit measurement methods that we consider. So those benefit measurement methods are classified under business and financial based. So usually once we have our business case, so we know that how do we compare. So we will always go for the project which is going to cost us least and same time more beneficial, isn't it? What is going to cost us least and more beneficial, that is what we are using it. Now there are different ways that business based benefit measurement methods, always smaller is a better choice. So we'll just discuss about these benefit measurement methods, and do make a note. There will not be any calculation in your exam, because all these information would be there in our business case, and we know that project manager is not doing all of these things. It would be done by the business analyst. So you need not have to go into the calculation part. Just for the understanding part, I am explaining you. But keep one thing in mind, whenever we go for business benefit measurement methods, we prefer smaller as a better choice. So what are those business based methods? First is your payback period. What is payback period? When can we realize our return on investment? Yeah, so we know the payback period is the time frame during which we are only recovering our investment back. Yes, after the payback period only we start realizing our profits. So if a project A has a payback period of 8 months, project B has a payback period of 12 months. So as we know, smaller is better. So don't you feel, as we'll go with project A because we are going to get our benefits sooner. So that is what we are looking into, this smaller is better. Second method is what we have as an opportunity cost. Now opportunity cost, just understand by a way the opportunity lost by not selecting that choice. Yes, Ankit, I'm just coming to that also. Okay. This is what, like, I'm just coming to that. We're only looking for the business part. Now opportunity cost says, if suppose by investing in project A, I am going to get benefit of, let's say, 500k dollar. This is my profit in investing project A. If I go with project B, my profit would be 700k dollar. So we can only invest in one project. So if you know that you have to invest in one, so we have a profit with project A as 500k, project B is going to give us a profit of 700k. So what should be your choice? B. That means by going with this project B, the opportunity we are missing is only 500k. That is the opportunity lost. The opportunity cost of choosing project B is 500k. But if you choose this project A, the opportunity we are missing is of 700k, which is bigger. So that is why smaller is better. So by choosing project B, the opportunity we are missing is only 500k. That is what is the opportunity cost. In simple way, you just have to choose one option. Either you can go for a movie or you can go for a dinner. So if you choose movie, you are losing the opportunity of the dinner. If you are going for, you are losing the movie. I'm just coming to that, Rahul, just coming to that. Now, in both of these methods, we are only looking at one aspect. In the payback period, we are just looking on the time factor. We are not looking on our returns, on our benefits, isn't it? And when here we are looking on opportunity cost, only the benefit. We are not considering our investment here, isn't it? So that is how we don't mostly prefer these methods for our decision making. That is where we are going for these financial based measurement methods. So we are going to talk about that only. Now this is how we are going to look for these financial based benefit measurement methods, where we have some formulas, because as you know, if you have $100 now, so you know that the purchasing power of $100 as of today will not be same as after 2 years, isn't it? What is the purchasing power of $100 today? It will not be same after 2 years. All of you are agree with this statement? Yeah. So this is where, because we know that there are so many factors, inflation rate, discount rate, interest, all that we have to keep into account. That is where we are now looking for these financial based methods. Bigger is better. So formulas I am going to share you, and all these calculation with the example I have shared it on your notes that I have shared yesterday with the PDF, but I'm going to explain you. Only understanding is what you have to keep it in your mind, because all these methods were not considering the time value of money. So we are now looking for our time value of money, so that when we are looking for our financial based method, so we know that we have to know our present value, future value, net present value. We'll just talk about one by one. Now, what does this present value, future value means? It is simply says we have, if somebody gives you the option, hey, I'm giving you an option that 35k dollar, you want to take it today, or what if I give you 60k dollar after 5 years? at the rate of interest of 10%. So now by looking at this figure, you have to see what is my present value of 60K dollar, or if you are investing right now 30K dollar, so at certain rate of interest, what would be the future value? So this is a simple formula we use to calculate. Present value is equals to future value divided by 1 plus rate of your interest to the power of number of time period. Now please do one thing, remember, as I told you, don't get scared or don't remember these formula. No calculation will be asked on these things. There will be no question based on the calculation, because this is what something business analyst is going to do. Only for the understanding part, what is present value, what is future value, is it clear now? Present value is nothing but you are just want to know, if somebody is giving you the option that whether you would like to take $35 today or $50 after 5 years, so we just get to know what would be my present value of that 50K dollar. That is 35,649, isn't it? So this is how you can make use of understanding. So why we are using this present value? Because this is what you have to use if you are investing in your project. Let's say you know that you are going to invest in your project. It's a solar panel project you are carrying out. So let's say you know that you have invested some money on that project. For every project you have to do the upfront investment, isn't it? So let's say we have invested 150K dollar for our solar panel project, and we do have to understand what would be our cash flow that we may anticipate. After maybe in the initial few months you won't be getting anything. After first year, let's say you found that I will get 40K, second year also 40K, third year also 40K. Now we know that fourth year also 40K. Now after this fourth year, what would be my net present value of this investment? Net present value is nothing but it is the value where we are just doing the sum of your output and input, which is adjusted for today's value, so that we are now trying to understand what is the net worth of my investment after, yes, time value of money, isn't it? By looking at this thing, now you know that you are going to get your after 1 year 40K. Now we have to consider our rate of inflation, discount rate, interest rate, whatever. This is where you have to calculate the present value after first year, isn't it? Same formula. What would be this 40K? What is the present value of this 40K? That you have to calculate. What is the present value of this 40K after third year? So this is what like this example is suggesting. You have invested 150K and we have returns for next 4 years 40K every year. So we calculate our present value for the first year and we have our discount rate of 5%, present value for second year, present value for third year, present value for fourth year, and we just subtract our investment. So the net present value is negative. That means your investment is going to be in negative after 4 years. Nikhil, I already told you there will not be any questions on this calculation part, only understanding that you have a business case which suggests that there are three projects. One project suggests the NPV of 8,000K. Another project may be 500. Another project suggested it is negative. So negative net present value means your investment is not going to give you any profit. It is not going to yield any kind of a benefit. That is what negative NPV should always be not selected. We are, but again, this is not the only business value we are looking for, isn't it? We know if you are doing a project for regularization, might be in that case, that is the business value we have. So this is what, like, when we are looking for our benefit, this business financial based benefit measurement methods, these are the few terms that we use. Higher the NPV, better the project is. That is what we know, that financial based methods, always it should be higher as a better choice. When we are doing this NPV calculation, we have taken some rate of inflation or discount rate or interest rate, which is 5%. We have kept it here, isn't it? With the 5% rate of interest, we have our NPV negative 8162. Now, the good mathematicians in this group, or the statistics people, or maybe the finance people, they could now just think over it. With the 5% rate of interest, we are having our NPV negative. If I just change this rate of interest, maybe 6%, 7%, 8%, do you feel that this value will become zero at certain rate of interest? Maybe 8, maybe 8.5, 8.6, 8.9, 9, whatever it is. At some rate of interest, this will become zero. Yeah, that is what we call as internal rate of return. Yes, that is what, Hitesh, I am telling you. We are just discussing about these methods. It is not applicable for all the project. Maybe we are doing some project just to regularize, or maybe for process improvement, right? So considering, but only these terminologies I am trying to explain you. So higher the IRR, higher the NPV, that is what you have to consider. Yes, this is what my main purpose of. ROI, all of us knows, return on investment, is where we just divide our net profit by the cost. That will tell us the ROI. So higher these figure, better the project should be if we are looking for the financial gain. All right. Just consider the two benefit measurement methods we talked about. One was the business based, another was the financial based. Business based, we talk about our payback and opportunity cost. So here, smaller is better. Financial based, we talked about NPV, ROI, IRR. This is how we are doing the financial based benefit measurement methods. Internal rate of return is the discount rate that makes your NPV of an investment zero. So higher the IRR, higher would be your NPV. It is just like we are trying to understand our annualized rate of return on our investment. Okay, there is a formula again, we need not have to go for that, though I have given you in the chapter notes. That is going to nullify your investment. If your investment becomes zero, that is just we are trying to get to know our break even point. That is why IRR should be higher. NPV is just the difference of your cash flow minus your investment. This is what we consider our inflation rate, so that we are talking about the future value, interest rate, number of time period. So it is all when we are looking for our discount rates to consider our investment. Higher the IRR, it will definitely increase the net present value also, isn't it? That is why these are all terms we use. Even present value, future value is just going to tell you that part. So NPV is what like we look for when we are calculating. No, we are not calculating. We are just calculating the internal rate of return at which our investment will become zero by considering our cash flow. That is what this internal rate of return is going to tell us. It is just like we want to know what would be your project's annual return rate. That is going to help us to understand, isn't it? If your annual interest rate is higher, then you required your what capital cost is what like that you have to have considering your good investment for the project. So all these, I'm just going back to my previous slide. Financial based benefit measurement methods. So the internal rate of return is what we are. See, that is what you have to consider. IRR may be different for different years also. That is what we do have to. This is what like based on the market condition you are doing it, no? Based on that, this is how you are considering what based on the inflation rate, based on your discount rate. This is how the finance people are going to do that. This is how the things happens, no? If you're investing in your stock market, everything. This is how things happens. No, this is not I'm telling you. I'm just telling you your business case will have give you some information about all these financial measures. You are not going to do as a project manager. This is what our business analyst is going to do for our PMP exam point of view. Just consider financial based methods, bigger is better. You are not going to do any calculations, you are not going to master these things. It is only for the business analyst. No need to master that. So if your project runs for 5 years, 10 years, you may have the change in the inflation rate, discount rate. So you will calculate with that rate of interest, no, to get your NPV. This is how you have to look for. Now, how OKR, that is what I think we were doing it in the strategic alignment. So, objectives and key result, it is very important framework which is going to help you to deliver this value. So, always as a project manager, what you would be doing it, you have to define a clear cut objective. So, once you have your objective, we do have to define our measurable key results. So these measurable key results will be helping our team to achieve those objectives. Now those key results are going to be defined with such a matrix where we are not aiming to achieve 100% success rate. Then it will not be any kind of a motivation for our team to improve. So as per our PMI guidelines, PMI says that always aim for 70% success rate for these key results. So we want to have always a competitive goal making. 100% success rate is not a challenging, which will not have any kind of a motivation for our team to improve further if they're able to achieve 100%. But definitely if they're able to achieve 70%, you have to praise them, you have to congratulate them, you have to recognize them. That is what it is. Not that hey, don't get disheartened, you couldn't achieve 100%, no, let's try better next time. No, because we were always aiming for 70% achievement, we were never aiming for the 100%. This is just an example that we have set our objective, that how we can develop a market leading AI product. So we just defined some key results, so that this is how we are defining some kind of a guidelines, milestones. so that we are deciding a path for our team to achieve their objective. That becomes your that is what we called as an objectives and key results framework, OKR. We want to improve the customer satisfaction. That is our objective. Now, how you can define those key results to achieve this objective, where you know that I want to improve my CSAT from 75% to maybe 90%. Second key results could be I want to reduce the waiting time of my customer from 10 minutes to 5 minutes. Yeah, yeah, improve AHT. We want to improve the positive customer reviews by 40% next three. This is how we are going to help our team to achieve the objectives. That is what we called as an OKR. So we'll do some questions after our second break. I hope everyone is back now after this break. All right. So let's do some questions related to this business benefits topic. What kind of questions could be there on this understanding? So couple of questions I have answered it through the chat only during this break. As we know that when we are working with our adaptive project, so how we are showing the value, the business value to the customer, because we are mainly focusing on delivering the value incrementally, because that is how the customer can see the things getting developed, isn't it? So instead of waiting for the completion of this entire project, we are delivering some value to the customer with every increment, with every iteration, so that it is all where we are enabling the value delivery sooner. And also, we are going to get the feedback timely from the customer to improve and adjust our further deliverables. So, this is what is the benefits of delivering the value incrementally. So that is what PMI suggests. Wherever it is possible, we should prefer this incremental value delivery so that we can have more customer value and we can always increase our market share. And this is where people can just have a review of their partial deliverable, and based on their feedback, we can always improve it further. So two questions I think we have based on this topic. So 70 seconds you have to answer. So time is up. I think maximum people have given D, few people A and C. That is what is the response like. So due to a regulatory changes, a government agency is now a key stakeholder in a complex project. An agency representative has asked the project manager to explain how well the advantages derived from the project align with the agency's business strategies. Yes, I would be, because right now during the session I cannot add a question in the poll. This is what I was searching actually, because we don't have that question. Next time onward, we will be doing it so that we can have exact percentage how people are responding. This is what even I was looking for. But next time I'll ask my LSM to add this question in the poll as well. What is the best choice? So we know that the question talks about that the agency representative wants to understand how well the project benefits are aligned with the agency's business strategy. How these project's benefits are aligned with the organization's strategy. What should the project manager do? First option is meet with the other stakeholders to discuss the project objective, review the assumption log, update the stakeholder engagement plan, and refer to the benefits management plan. Now, A talks about meeting the other stakeholders to discuss the project objective. That is what you are doing it. But don't you feel after looking at, we do have a benefit management plan where we have already documented who all will be the benefit owners and by what timeline we are going to get those benefits, our strategies. So this is what the document already there in place that is going to help us to make him explained. By considering this option, now, the people who have opted for the stakeholder engagement plan, the question is talking about that question needs to answer how come we ask this representative about this business benefits. Stakeholder engagement plan would be definitely updated because new stakeholder is there. So you know that you have to document this new stakeholder in your stakeholder register. And based on that, you have to identify what type of engagement strategies we are going to define. So the stakeholder engagement plan is a component of our project management plan. It is just going to guide us what those engagement strategies are going to help us to keep that stakeholder engaged. Okay, but here we are talking about, I'm just going to take you that, but read this justification. I'll then move back to this benefit management plan also. Considering the options given, benefit management plan is the option that is going to tell us. This is an exam like question only. So if you have gone through this justification, then I'll move back to the benefit or this business document slide as somebody wants to go to that. Yeah. I will be sharing you with these templates as well. The business case templates, benefit management plan templates, project charter templates. So all of you can make use of it. Or there is a website also, projectmanagement.com, which has got lot of project management templates which can be downloaded. I'll be sharing you these templates also, which you people can make use of in your project as well. Okay. So this is about our benefit management plan. It's a detailed guide which is going to help us to understand how we are going to realize it. Yes. So shall we move further for the next question if it is reviewed? Yes. Here's the second question. Hey, somebody has mentioned F. We don't have F option, no? Or you have assumed something. Maybe C was what you are trying to say. Okay. So let's read this question. A project manager is midway through project delivery. The project manager decides to hold a stakeholder engagement meeting with the senior management and the client to examine if the project deliverables are achieving the business value. Which of the document contains the critical information to help the project manager manage with this? You will have many times in your exam questions as a project manager, so that you know that you have to be very, very particular about these project documents, business documents, project documents, plans. We will be talking about them in detail. So here we know that what document gives us the information about our whether our deliverables are achieving the business value or not. So work breakdown structure, project management plan, project statement, business case. Though we have not discussed all of them, the work breakdown structure is nothing but it is a decomposition of our project into manageable component. So this is just going to tell us what are those major work, major chunk of work that we have to carry out with this project. This doesn't talks about any benefits or value. Project management plan is again a guideway document that project manager prepare in predictive methodologies, because in the predictive projects we always prepare our plan first. So these plans are going to guide us how to manage, monitor, control the project. So again, it is not going to tell you about anything business value. It is only going to talk about how you are going to manage your project work, monitoring your project work, closing your project work. Scope statement is a detailed scope that tells us what should be done as a part of this project, what shouldn't be. Again, it is nothing to do with the business value. Business case is what we just discussed right now. It is going to tell us why this project is a good idea, isn't it? So, D, maximum people have answered. That is what is the document we are going to refer periodically to ensure, yes, we are delivering our project with the values that we have defined, right? Because right now it is too early because we have not discussed about the other things, but just for the understanding about these tasks, what we are doing it right now, these concepts. So I'm just trying to develop that mindset that will be helping you for answering in your exam also. This is what not, this is the project manager who has to, project is started, that is what we discussed. No, that project document, business documents has to be reviewed regularly, isn't it? PM will have the access to these project business documents. Business case you will be having. That is what, like, it is very, very like critical thing. You know, all those informations are there. Now, considering your business documents only, project manager will be developing his project charter, and even project charter have this business case information also. We'll talk about that little later in the second chapter. Okay. So right now, don't get disheartened. Only as per the information you are doing it. Okay, okay. It is just like to make you understand what type of questions will be there. No, business case will not be updated. Benefit management plan can be updated. Business case is what already we have did a detailed need assessment, and we have documented about those concepts, those benefits. So that way is a static. Business case is a static document. Benefit management plan is a live document. Sometimes, yeah, that is what we'll do. Even that is what in the later case, this is what sponsor would be taking the decision. Maybe in the mid of the project, if we find that there is a kind of a very huge risk or a kind of a regulations which is now making our objective totally Absurd, isn't it? In that case, sponsor is going to take the decision. The business case consists of very high level information. Using that high level information, project manager is going to refine to have a detailed information. That is how he will be preparing in his plan. Right for us, this is what we are going to talk about little later. Right now, we just have a bigger idea. We just have a bigger view, high level view about our project. This is what something we are trying to do with our objective. Now to achieve that, you have to have your further refining. You will be now having a refined plan. We, in the business case, we have our got it, no, for us. This is what you will be now defining a detailed scope, because that is what we are going to talk about, the various types of requirements, what should be there, what should not be there. So this is what right now, as we told you, we have just considered our strategic goal. Based on that, need assessment was done. Based on that, we get to know that okay, this is something going to be giving us a kind of a business value. This is the kind of an idea. So based on that, we get a proposal. So organization will approve that business case. Once that business case is approved, then we ask the project manager to start working on the charter. So now from this topic onwards, as we discussed, we have our exam content outline coverage. So this is where we have just talked about how do we evaluate and deliver the project benefits and value. 3.2, that means business environment, second task. Two enablers we have covered here. Remaining we would be covering with our upcoming topics. Second domain, first task. Only one enabler. Now onwards, with every topic, you have your exam content outline coverage. Now again, another topic, this talks about change management, organizational culture and the change management. So we know organization needs to undergo changes always, so that is how we are evolving, isn't it? As per the market, as per the situations, we know that we have to evolve. That is how so many changes are happening, isn't it? With all our digitization, all our automation, this is how every organization is evolving. So how we are going to accept those changes as a strategy, how we are going to embrace those changes. So this change management, what we are talking about is, first let's discuss about the changes that happen. So there are ideally one change that happens in the project. The changes that is happening in the project. That is what, when we do our project, so might be during our project, now the customer is looking for some new changes, some new requirements, or maybe his requirements are changed, or we know that there is some changes in our budget or in other areas. That is what which happens during our project execution. So this is the change, something we will discuss once we are going to start our project. So what are those changes and how do we implement it? Yeah, design changes, all those things. So this is not the change we are talking about here. Second type of changes that happen, the changes that our project will bring. We are doing a project for ERP implementation. You are doing one project where we know that we have to inbuilt chatbot in our website. So now, after you built your chatbot in the website, the way your website will operate will be changing, isn't it? Maybe we know that we are doing a particular project where we are working on a new tool. We are doing a particular project to develop a new tool for our collaboration. Now, instead of emails, we will be using that collaborative platform. So that is what the project which is going to bring the change in the organization. Just right now, not use this link because we still have time. That is a feedback survey. Okay. So now what is this? Because every project, as we know, will bring some changes in our business. So how many of you have experienced that once we know that we are carrying out a project for automation, or might be we are developing some new processes and tools that would be implemented in the company? Don't you feel sometimes that once we are implementing that particular change, you face lot of resistance from some stakeholders? Have you experienced anybody who is a change maker? It happens, no, sometimes. So this is what we are now trying to look for. We know that every project, whatever you are doing it, so we know that what if this project is going to bring some changes, how we have to manage it. There has to be always a smooth management, smooth transition. Then third change is what we are talking about, the changes that are happening in our organizational. That is what we discussed, no, restructuring, merger and acquisitions. So changes that are happening in the organization that may impact your project. So it is a bi-directional kind of a thing, isn't it? So now when we talk about this change management, so mainly we are focusing on that how you are going to make these changes in a smoother manner. So, this change management talks about a comprehensive, cyclic, and structured approach for transitioning the individuals, groups, and organization from a current state to a future state in which they are going to realize their desired benefits. So this is different from the project change control that we are going to do, because this is where we have our change control board or a cab who will be working on our change request, whether they approve or reject, isn't it? So we are not talking about that change over here. It is all like how we are going to transition our individuals, groups, organization from the current state to the future state so that we are able to realize those desired benefits. We know that most of the time government organizations know now from our manual system, we are shifting to the automated tool. Rather than working on our manual attendance, we are now implementing our payroll system. That is what we have to implement it successfully. So this is how we are looking for as a change maker. If you have a PMO, so PMO is definitely going to uh, oversee those changes, but as a project manager you are a change maker. Whether you have a PMO, you don't have a PMO, you have to tailor the strategy so that we can have a very smooth transition, seamless transition from our current state to the desired state. So for that, you have to, these are all the type of the changes that we have, no, organizational restructuring, mergers, acquisitions. Now, you have to first of all understand your first thing is organization culture. How you need to look into your organization culture. It is all like you know that whether our organization people are ready for that or not, isn't it? You have to see what is our existing culture. So, based on that, you would be able to decide what our people think, isn't it? You know that maybe you have some stakeholders or some senior stakeholders, and if you are trying to bring some new thing because already they are in their comfort zone and they feel, hey, all this new technology, new thing, that means again it is a kind of a burden. So they may have a different mindset. So this is what right now we are looking into. what is the kind of a thinking personality our organization's culture, the people thinks. So based on that, you have to first understand about their culture, so that we can evaluate the impact of this change to the project, and based on that we can have our decision, and we can recommend the options for changes. This is mainly we are talking about the predictive. This icon stands for predictive, because there only we have to make a plan. When we say agile adaptive, we all are working with the flat structure, self-organized way, isn't it? We already know that we have that mindset where we are going to embrace them. So mostly it is all highlighting towards the predictive part. So first assess your culture, then you have to evaluate the impact of that change on your project, so that you can decide what to do. Then you have to recommend the changes in your project, isn't it? Based on that, might be you know that something has to be modified. Then continuously you have to monitor the external business environment, so that you can try to make all those necessary changes in your project scope as well. So this is what we have, a very popular framework for managing these changes. Now, in my other group, like I had seen that few people were finding that we are already doing this change management in our organization. Anyone who is having right now, who is implementing these changes, already you have completed your project, now you are implementing it. Anyone? So first of all, we have to understand our organization culture. So when we say organization culture, you need to look about your leadership also, no? Whether we have a kind of a culture where people are able to come up with their viewpoints, isn't it? Whether all our organizational people are having a shared vision, isn't it? Or they are just doing the job in silos. They're least bothered about the organization vision. They don't share a common goal. You need to understand all those things, isn't it? What are our organization's policies, procedures, rules, whether we are flexible or not? Based on that only you can implement these changes. So now this Adkar framework is a very popular framework which is going to help us to understand how we can implement, or how we can go for managing those changes. So it says there are always 5 milestones. So this is how we have our first milestone is the awareness. You have to implement it after the project only, but you have to start preparing beforehand also, so that you are trying to get the support from the people from the beginning, isn't it? Because we have, this is what I'm telling you, no, this is what is the framework. You have to make your people aware that yes, we are coming up with some type of changes. Why we are doing these changes? Why we are coming up with this new payroll system? Why we are coming up with this new collaborative platform? Why we are coming up with this new project management tool? Isn't it? So we have to make them aware. People should know that some changes are going to happen in our organization. The way of working is going to change after couple of months or couple of weeks, once you are going to complete that particular project. So that is how we have to make them people aware. This is how you are going to announce, so that people know that some changes are going to happen. So why we are doing it, what are those benefits, isn't it? What changes it will come in their working. That is what like is the awareness. Second stage is the desire. Now, as we know, whenever you announce some changes, now you are going to look for the people who have some concern, who have some resistance. So that is the place, like you have to develop that desire to support the change. So you need to address their concern. Might be somebody have a fear, hey, this technology might be not good, or maybe some data confidentiality is not there, or might be they may have some concern, no, for those particular changes. So that is what you have to address their concern, and might be their concern is giving you some ideas or some kind of insights for updating your project requirement as well. So this is where we are trying to gain the support, buy and approach from all our stakeholders so that they should support this change. This is where you have to highlight, hey, this particular tool, this particular platform is going to improve our workflow. It will save lot of your time. It is going to definitely streamline certain things. All those benefits are what you have to explain them. It is just like when we are doing some kind of a new thing, so all of us may have a fear, so that is how we have to try to get their support. Then comes the knowledge. You know that people are now supportive with this change, but you have to provide them the required knowledge. You have to make them knowledgeable, all those trainings, isn't it? How they would be using that tool. So this is how you have to impart the good knowledge, the trainings, all that thing, so that they should know how they have to use this new platform, new tool, or new processes. Just not knowledge is enough. You have to develop the ability also. So support is all about where you are going to help them so that they are developing that skill to use it. Now sometimes you know that you need to provide some coachings to some people who are not having that ability to use it, maybe some further trainings. All that is what you are now going to do so that people should able to use that particular platform. This is how we are coming up with a new software, new project management tool. So you have to explain them, you have to train them also. Plus you have to coach them with a kind of some sample project. See, this is how we are going to work. Yeah, this is the Prosky only, Prosky Adkar model. That is what might be some of you must be familiar. There are so many other models also. Cotter's model is there. So many models are there. So Adkar model is Prosky's only. Prosky's Adkar model is what we are talking about. So ability is all about where we are giving them the enough practice. We are giving them the enough time so that they learn that skill with the practice, some additional practice round. Lastly, it is not that people are using it and they got the ability. Still, you have to look for this reinforcement. Reinforcement is all about because there are many times we have seen after using the tools for couple of weeks or couple of days, they'll move back to the older practices. Yeah, adoption. The new change should become a new normal for them. You have to make the people stick to the new processes, new environment. That is what like you are going to encourage them, rewarding, recognition, all that thing as a PM you have to look into so that they should not move back to the older practice. They may have n number of reasons. This is not working, this is not doing, we have this problem, isn't it? That is what, hey, how come this challenge is there, your tool is not helping us to do that. So this is how we know that this is a step by step process that you have to follow. This is what is this Prosky Adkar is going to help us. So how we can have an action plan, that is also before that you need to know how you should apply these changes and what should not be followed. So you never force those changes to the people. You have to coach them, you have to consult them, you have to always involve, you have to develop that support, secure buy-in from all the people. That is always going to give you in managing these changes, supporting these changes. And don't eliminate the resistors, isn't it? Most of the time, hey, these people are not supportive, okay, just leave them, we'll work with the people who are in support with us. This is what sometimes few organizations follow. We have practiced this thing, I have experienced it with my one of the company. It was a very good, very big company with the kind of 500 franchisee they were having. And because of a change, they couldn't implement it with a proper way. The franchisees was cut down to 150 within the 2 years only. That is what they didn't secured a buy from that. So this is what sometimes we also feel. No, we just eliminate the resistors. That should not be there, because might be their resistance, their concern is going to help you in improving or getting some insights for the betterment of the thing, isn't it? That is what is the don'ts. You have to coach the people, you have to be passionate, compassionate. That is how people will always support you, trust you. And we have to keep our knowledge current. And this is the action plan. As we know, first of all, we have to make the people aware. So before that, we conduct an attitudinal survey. Attitudinal survey is nothing but where we are trying to gauge the personality of our people, sentiments, isn't it? This is how we uh, prepare one survey form, questionnaire form with some open-ended, closed-ended questions. So that is how we are trying to get some information. What are the concerns people have? How they think about this change? That is what is this attitudinal survey. There are now organizations doing it for other policies also, isn't it? Anybody who has experienced it? You must have received some survey forms from your HR departments and all, isn't it? That is how they're gauging the sentiments of their employees. So who all are in support, who all have the concern. So they can always look for those areas for addressing. So based on that, we are going to create our informational campaign so that people get familiarized with these changes. This is how you are going to run to inform them, to keep them aware. You conduct the meetings, seminars, through social media, isn't it? That is how we are informing our people about these changes across the organization. And always you have to be open and transparent. That is what very, very important to get the trust, right? So you have to always, when you are doing this informational campaign, you have to explain the why behind this change, then clearly outline what things will become different afterwards, what would be the benefits for the people, how they're going to improve their work experience. That is how you are going to make use of all those open communication channels, isn't it? You are addressing their Q&A, and based on that, we have to create our rollout plan. Rollout plan is nothing but where we have to outline our strategy for implementing these changes, isn't it? There you have to have all your detailed timeline. By what timeline, what all things would be implemented, trainings, the roles and responsibilities, isn't it? That is where you have to have your strategy for making that implementation of those changes. So this is the structured approach that we should follow. First, understand your employee's attitude. Then you have to communicate the change to the people. You have to be open and transparent and create a rollout plan, proper plan, so that we are having the increased chances of our successful implementation of this change. That is what is our strategy. So with that, we are ending it up here. And in next session, we'll do some questions and this other topic also that we have, that talks about the two very small topics are left, that will not take more than half an hour or 45 minutes: governance and the project compliances. So we have covered the major portions. Now these two small topics are left about these governance and compliances. We will be doing it next week. Any questions you have now related to this digital key? I think somebody was asking, or related to the content. How many of you have claimed your digital key? People who have attended, you have got it, Dinesh? So once you have claimed your digital key, you will get a email from the support site of PMI. Okay, the people who are facing the issue of digital key, they can reach out to the support team. From LMS portal, under your profile section, you have your digital key. Okay. Rollout plan is not a part of project management plan, Indu. This is just for implementing your change. This is what, like, during our transition we do that, no? Once we transition our project to the operational team or to the customer, now there we know that you have to have a rollout plan for implementing that changes successfully. I am going to share you one drive link. That is what I was just looking for. Just a minute. Give me some time. I'll be sharing you a link from where you people can download all these templates and the other things also. I'll take you to the drive as well. I've shared it actually. If you can see, I've shared one link. I'll guide you also how you can make use of it. Because yesterday people said that they were not able to download from the LMS portal. That is the reason I'm just sharing to you all, and I'll guide you also. You can go to this folder and you have your project template folder. Please remember, this is not for your exam point of view, it is just for your understanding. Ankit, for digital key, go to LMS. Under profile section, see there would be a digital key option. Click on that and wait for an email from PMI support site. So this is all the documents that as a project manager, especially in our predictive project, you are going to use. So benefit management plan, your business case, all these templates are there. Apart from that, other templates are also there, right? Then we have our questions. So we do have extra questions. Chapter 1, what we did during the slides, and there are some additional questions related to this chapter 1. Okay. So now what you have to first refer to, we have almost completed our major portion of our chapter 1. So only two topics are left. You have your task notes. Again, it is not a mandatory to refer them. If you are following your own videos or you refer to the PIM box, that is okay. But chapter wise, all the notes I have given here. We have our evaluating and delivering project benefits. That is what is the chapter note. 7-8 pages are there. This is what our organizational change that we talked about. So this is how task wise 35 tasks are there. So 35 task notes I have uploaded. You can refer to it for your extra learning, for your revision. And these two PDF, 1A, 1B, is in accordance to our slide that we are doing it. And these chapter notes are not according to our slide. These notes, these PDFs are based on the exam content outline task. We know that we have support organizational change. We have several enablers, isn't it? So based on that, 3.4.2, all the enablers have been explained. 3.4.3. So all these 35 tasks are there under each chapter as per the exam content outline. Okay. So that is about this drive link. You can make use of it if you want it. And the templates I have shared you, and there are some other information also, important links from where you can get all your examination center, simply learn link. This is what like I have shared some links. Mindset that we have to have, and all these other things I'll explain you once we are going to cover other topics. Additional slides will contain, because all the slides I am using is from the PMI that you will be getting as per your digital kit. But I am also using some additional slides for your easy explanation. So all the chapter 1 extra slides that I have used apart from the PMI, that I have shared to you, because this is what like my learners asked me, so that they want that they can refer to it. I have added it there as well. All right. So this is how right now you would be moving for this drive link. Only don't take in that way, because something is what like the templates, you have your other things that is for the extra references, isn't it? But it is only this Gantt chart. We'll talk about EVM, we'll talk about little later. You may start doing this extra questions. Chapter 1, I have shared it, no, under the PMP questions. We have our chapter 1 question slides, and we have our chapter 1 additional question. The questions which we are doing it along with our this classes, that is what chapter 1 question slides and chapter 1 additional questions. So try to answer them. There are answers also at the end, but don't refer in the beginning. Answer it first on your own understanding, then match it with your answer sheet. All right, team, is it all clear now? Now, as per this digital key, people who have received it, they have to wait for the email from the support site. In that email, you will have all the necessary instructions. You can reach out to the support team through the LMS portal also. Our Learner Success Manager is also there with us. Any questions you have, you can always directly connect with him for your queries. All right. The survey link has been posted. And please do remind me, because yesterday one more feedback was there that I didn't answer few questions. So if I miss any of the questions because question has been scrolled up, I humbly request you people, you can share me again, so that I would be happy to answer as per my understanding. So we are done for our today's agenda. Those people who don't have any other questions, it is not mandatory. See, PMI key is again digital key is for accessing your study material. Okay. If you want to make use of your study material, no, you have to claim your digital key, Rajshekhar. Without claiming your digital key, you cannot access to the PMI material. So do participate in our feedback survey. If you find these sessions informative, you have to rate us 5. Below 5 means sessions are all not going any valuable for you. So do put your remark for making improvements in our further sessions. So thank you, team. Stephen, digital key has to be okay. You are answering, then you answer, please.
No, ma'am. I thought I should end the session. You
Stephen
can
has a
answer the.
question. No? Stephen asking for the digital key. We will not be sending you, Stephen. I think it has to be claimed through the LMS only. Or we can send them directly. What you say? I'm not sure about that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. They need to raise a ticket for that. I think
Yeah.
they
So
can
Stephen,
claim on that LMS portal only.
Just go to your LMS portal. If you have not seen that digital key under your LMS profile section, you have to raise the support ticket for that.
Yes, I'm
There is,
sending
hey,
this.
LMS key is not there. Please remember. Go to your LMS portal, lms.simplylearn.com. No, go to your from where you are joining these sessions. No, you have your profile section. Below that, there would be digital key.
Yes.
It is not LMS key, it is digital key. Claim that digital key, wait for the email from support site. It will give you all the necessary instructions.
Yes, if you are having some doubts, I have shared the steps to raise a ticket, and after that, the concerned team will help you regarding this issue. Yes.
Yes, Rahul, the people who don't have any queries, they can drop off the session by participating the survey, and we'll meet on next Saturday with our new topics. Thank you, team.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you again for the wonderful session, and big thank you to everyone for your active participation. Once again, before you leave, a feedback survey will appear in your browser. We truly value your input. If you had enjoyed the session, we would appreciate a 5-star rating. If there is anything that could have been better, please share your thoughts with us, guys. Your feedback is priceless to us and helps us to enhance in our future sessions as well and create a better learning experience for you guys. Once again, thank you everyone for your time and engagement. We look forward to seeing you again in our next session. Thank you everyone. Take care. Happy learning. I have shared the steps in chat window. If you guys are having any problems, you can just raise a support ticket regarding any digital key issue or something. The concerned team will definitely reach out to you as soon as possible. Thank you, everyone.